Hey there, HackerFrogs. It's me, the Shy Hat, and we're going to be doing some different activities today. We've got 3 activities planned for today, as per usual, and the first activity we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing some digital forensics. So we've got digital forensics workshop number 6. This is part of our digital forensics class that we're doing as part of HackerFrogs after school. So that's going to be the first thing on today's stream, and in the second part of today's stream, we're going to be doing a Windows hacking walkthrough like we've been doing for quite a while now. So what we're going to do is we're going to be doing the VulNyx machine called hosting, and it's over here. If you want to download this machine yourself and put it on your network and hack along with us, what you want to do is you want to download the virtual machine from this link right over here, and then deploy it to your virtual machine network with a attacker machine, something like a Kali Linux, and then you can join along with us. That's going to be the second part of today's stream. And in the third part of today's stream, we're going to be doing a free hacking challenge. This one's going to be a little bit more difficult, and it's going to be over at Hackmyvm.eu. So Hackmyvm.eu is kind of like VulNyx. You can download a vulnerable virtual machine and deploy it on your network and then hack against it. The machine that we're going to be doing today is going to be a slightly harder challenge, and it's called DC02. So we're going to be using some Windows Active Directory hacking techniques while we work through this machine over here. I haven't done this machine before, so we might get stuck. It might be too difficult for us, who knows. So that's going to be in the third part of today's stream, and please look forward to that. If you want to download this yourself and hack along with us, then you can do it from this link over here. Let me put it into chat. There you go. Okay, so let's get started with the first part of today's stream, and the first part of today's stream is VulNyx says XD. Yeah, I'm going to be trying out my customized Spanish version of Scary Hacker Voice Guy. He's a recurring character on the stream, and maybe he'll sound more cool if he's speaking Spanish. Who knows? All right, so let's go ahead and get started with the first part of today's stream. So this is HackerFrogs After School Digital Image Forensics Part 2. This is part of the Digital Forensics class, and this is workshop number 6. And if you want to participate, you're going to have a registered account over at TryHackMe.com. You'll want to log into TryHackMe.com because we're going to be doing one of the rooms over there. All right, so welcome to HackerFrogs After School. This workshop is the 6th class for digital forensics. And in the last workshop, we learned about the following digital forensics concepts. So we learned about the SleuthKit software. The SleuthKit is a popular program used in digital disk forensics, and it includes several useful commands for interacting with disk image files, including the MMLS command, which displays the list of media management of the disk image file list. So a disk image might have a number of different disk partitions, and the MMLS command is going to let you find those. So there's also the fsstat command, which is used to display statistics, that is stats, associated with file systems, FS. So generally what you do with the fsstat command inside of the SleuthKit is you try to figure out what file system type a particular disk partition is, because we're going to need to use that when we run our other commands inside of the SleuthKit. We learned about the FLS command, that is the file system ls command, and it's used to list out files and directories within a specific file system. So this is how you can get the file contents of a disk partition inside of the SleuthKit. And the last command we learned about in the SleuthKit is the icat command. So the icat command, which stands for inode cat, is used to read specific files in a disk partition according to its inode number. So if you were to identify specific files inside of the disk partition, you can read them using the icat command. So what is this workshop's topics? We're going to be talking about digital disk forensics with Autopsy. So Autopsy is the name of the program that we're going to be using. And Autopsy is built on top of the sleuth kit. It's kind of like a graphic user interface version of the sleuth kit. We're going to be talking about, we're going to be solving a challenge with the sleuth kit from a previous Advent of Cyber event from TryHackMe, and that was from a couple of years ago. So we're going to be taking a look at a small challenge there just to get our feet wet with Autopsy. And if we have time, we'll dive in with a little bit more advanced Autopsy use with the disk analysis and Autopsy challenge, which is also featured on TryHackMe. So let's get started. So we're talking about Autopsy forensic software today, and Autopsy is the GUI implementation of the sleuth kit, and it allows users to view the contents of disk image files in a much more intuitive manner. So one thing about the sleuth kit is that because it's strictly terminal based, sometimes you don't get a real feel for what exactly the file system looks like, but the Autopsy software solves that because you get to see the entire file system structure in kind of a tree form. You'll see that in a little bit. Okay, so let's go ahead and navigate over to the TryHackMe Advent of Cyber 2023 challenge that we're going to be covering today. And this is the link over here. Let me get the link and provide it to everybody in chat. Just a second. So after you've logged into TryHackMe, go ahead and go over to this link over here, which I already have pulled up right over here. So this is the Advent of Cyber 2023 room. Oh, for some reason, I can't make this bigger. That's weird. Maybe I can do it. Okay, no, it's just delayed. Oh, that's really big. Let's make it a little smaller. There seems to be some delay on my web browser over here. Okay, so TryHackMe has these Advent of Cyber rooms that they do every year, and it's basically 24 mini challenges that you can do for this event. So they've got one going up from December 1st up until December 24th, and each one of them is going to be a mini cybersecurity challenge. So what we're looking at today is the Advent challenge from 2023, and we want to take a look at the event for day number 24, I think. Vladimir Volkov asks, have you won anything from it? No, I've always participated. I've never won anything from this event. I guess that's just my bad luck. I mean, I complete all of the challenges, but no dice as far as winning any prizes is concerned. Okay, so I think I'm gonna need to reset my progress over here because I've got all the answers are already in place, so I need to reset my progress here. Just a sec. Reset power progress. Yes, reset my progress. Franz says, hello, sir. I've got a question. Does learning these tools that you teach help us in landing a job? I would say if they're related to your job, then yes. I mean, if you want to do digital forensics, then Autopsy is not a bad choice as far as a program that is used to look at digital disk forensics. But the thing is that sometimes when you get a job, you're not necessarily going to be using the same tools that you've learned, but they're going to be pretty similar tools. It's just that you should know the methodology of what's going on. Okay, so looks like I've got a pretty bad lag as far as my web browser is concerned. I'm going to try loading this up in another browser tab, and then maybe that'll help a little bit. But I think I understand your concern, Franz, because sometimes companies use proprietary software and the free software that you learn when you're just when you're learning about how to do these kind of defensive cybersecurity tasks are not going to be the same software. Okay, so let's go down to task number, it should be number 30. Yeah. Here we go. Okay, so task number 30, go ahead and open up that tab. Fran says, I'm trying to land a job in cybersecurity, but it's hard as a junior. I would say that it's probably easier to get a job in cybersecurity as somebody who works in defensive cybersecurity, because there should be a lot of junior security operations center SOC analysts. There should be a lot of those positions open. That's my feeling. But anyways, we've got the as soon as you open up that task in task number 30, what we want to do is we want to start the machine. So under task 30, after you open it up, click on the green Start Machine button, and that's going to start up the Windows machine that has the Autopsy software on it. So after you click on that, it's going to take about 2 minutes for your machine to initialize over here. Gallantry X says, cool addition. Let's see, Gallantry X says, this is such a cool bot. My only problem with people who stream in different platforms is they're usually responding to people in other platforms. Yeah. So the Restream bot is a pretty cool little bot that helps people talk with each other, even if they're not on the same platform. So people on Twitch can see the messages that people on YouTube are leaving, and vice versa. Okay, so let's see. So let's talk a little bit about what is going on in this task. So they've got this big storyline for these Advent of Cyber events. I think there's a detective snowman that's looking for some bad guys in this task. So we just need to keep that in mind as far as the story is concerned. So they talk a little bit about acquiring a digital forensics image. There's a lot of good stuff in this in the text in this task. So if you want to know a lot more about digital forensics and how do you get more information about digital disk forensics, you can go ahead and read all of the stuff that's covered in this particular task. We're not going to cover all of this stuff because it takes a lot of time, and I'm trying to get everything done wrapped up in about 60 minutes or so. But you can definitely get digital disk images from computers that are turned off as well as computers that are still on. And it's not limited to computers. It could be other smart devices. It could be like a phone or a watch or a laptop. You can get disk images for all these devices. So, man, this is super laggy today. Okay, so our Windows desktop should be opening up in just a few seconds. I wonder, I don't think I have anything super heavy happening on this virtual machine. I don't know why it's so laggy. Fran says, analyze the lag with Wireshark. You may have been hacked. Maybe it's possible. Anyways, okay. So we've got our Windows machine over here, and I will say that the TryHackMe Windows machines aren't provisioned with very many resources. So usually the Windows machines they're not super responsive. So please be patient with the Windows machines. Another thing we can do to try to minimize the lag is we can put this Windows machine in its own browser tab. So we can go over to the middle of the screen and then down to the bottom, and then click on this button over here, which is labeled View in Full Screen. It's going to be at the middle and then at the bottom. and then click on View in Full Screen, and then it's going to start up another browser tab. Vladimir Volkov says, the VMs from that website made my connection lag. Yeah, sometimes it's pretty heavy. So hopefully this gets full screened without too many issues. Otherwise, we're gonna have to improvise something else. So it's thinking, it could be that the TryHackMe servers are kind of slow right now for some reason. Okay, it looks like something is happening. Firefox prevented this site from opening a pop-up window. I actually want it to do a pop-up window, so allow pop-ups from tryhackme.com. Okay, so let's do that pop-up window again. Let's see. Your blue traffic bar is staying consistently full. Yep, there's something going on. Have I been hacked? It could be that I've been hacked. If you're a hacker and you're in here, please please create a file on the desktop so I know that you're here. Okay, so this is the desktop for the Windows machine with the Autopsy software. So Autopsy doesn't come installed by default on Kali Linux. It's kind of complicated installing the Autopsy software on Kali. But anyways, after we've got access to this Windows desktop here, what we want to do is we want to double click on the Autopsy program here to start it up. So just double click on that. And then while we're waiting for it to load up, we're going to go back to our TryHackMe page, and we're going to close out the split screen. Looks like TryHackMe is pretty laggy. Anyways, we're going to click on this button over here, which exits the split view. And now we should be able to scroll around. Okay, great. So for this particular case, what we're doing is we're taking a look at an image for somebody's phone. So this is kind of like mobile forensics as well. So why don't we go ahead and go back to the Windows desktop here, and we see that Autopsy has opened up. What we want to do is we want to open a case. So they've already created an Autopsy file for us to work with. So we're just going to need to double click on Open Case, and the lag on this machine is pretty bad. You're going to have to wait for a while before the command actually goes through. Double click on Open Case. Okay, you need to double click on the file icon, not on the text Open Case. So everybody, please click on this portion of the icon to open the case. And then what we're going to do is we're going to click on the Documents Tracy McCready folder here. And then we're going to click on tracymcready.aut. And then click on Open. So this is going to open the case database, and this is all of the okay, looks like closed my connection. I guess we're going to have to reconnect. This is going to take a while. So the Windows machine is pretty slow. Please, my apologies for that, and please be patient. So I actually think that Autopsy is a pretty great piece of software. Unfortunately, it is pretty heavy and it is pretty resource intensive. So even if you're using a beefy desktop it might be a bit slow to respond. Okay, looks like we've got our windows opening up here. Yalan BS, is this pre-recorded chat? Please type pre-recorded in the chat if you are a pre-recorded chat bot. Thank you very much. Vladimir Volkov says, we need Starlink for fast response. Okay, but welcome Yalan BS. Thank you. No worries, no worries. Cybernerd Dante says, hello world, I am from the past. Cybernerd Dante, you must be a bot. Let's do Hack the Planet, because that's what we do.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
Okay, so we've got the file open up now. So I wonder if I can make I wonder if I can make the text bigger. Let me go ahead and see if I can do that in the preferences, because everything's looking a bit small right now, and I'm afraid that people can't see the text super well. Where are the preferences? Huh, I don't see preferences here. Oh, okay, maybe this is it. Okay, so can I make the text bigger? I don't see any options for text. Control plus. Okay, let me try Control plus. Control plus doesn't work in here, unfortunately. Okay, but let me talk a little bit more about the let's talk a little bit more about Autopsy and the different windows in here, and let's go back to the presentation. So there are different views in the Autopsy UI, or user interface. So there's basically three things that we need to pay attention to. So this view right here in the red, this is the tree view, and the view in the green over here, this is the list view. This is the tree view, this is the list view, and this is the details view. So basically we're going from largest to second largest to smallest over here, and is in terms of detail is concerned. So the tree viewer is in red. This is where we specify different categories of information. Godwin Edward says they're watching from Nigeria. Welcome from Nigeria, Godwin Edward. Nice to see you here. So the contents viewer is, let's see. The tree viewer is in red. Oh, wait, I forgot to talk about the list. So the list view is in green over here, and the contents viewer is in blue. So let's talk a little bit more about that. If we go over to the VM over here, so we've got the tree view over here that has all of our information. So for example, I could click on data sources, and if I click on data sources, we see the actual image file is in here, along with all of the files that are inside the image file. And we can also see all of the metadata that has been collected by Autopsy down in this view as well. So you can click on data artifacts, and then from there you can choose these different categories. So communication accounts, contacts, messages, and other metadata. So considering this is a phone, this has the messages that were sent from the phone, the contacts in the phone, and other accounts over here. So we could click on contacts from here, and then maybe we need to double click contacts. Let's double click it. Okay, and from here you can see all of the contacts on the phone, and you can get specific information about these contacts either inside of the table here or in the details view. So the details view is down here below the list view, and you can see the specific details in either hex form, text form, application form, metadata form, and data of artifact form, and a bunch of other formats. So let's see. Okay, so let's so you can play around with this if you want and just take a look around. But what we probably want to do is we want to answer the questions for this particular TryHackMe task. So if we go over to the TryHackMe page, so this is talking about the storyline, and the storyline is all about the Christmas elves trying to save Christmas, and there's some sort of snowman detective or something, and they've located a bad person's phone image, and this is the image that we're taking a look at here. So the first question they want us to answer is actually they talk about how to start up Autopsy here as well, and how we would create a new Autopsy file. Like I said, there's a lot of good information in the task text over here. So if you want to go through this yourself sometime, I think it would be very beneficial. So hold on. What I really want to do is I want to scroll all the way to the bottom where all the questions are. Just a second. Okay, maybe we don't need to take a look at the questions, but let's talk about what we could do to take a look at information inside of Autopsy. So the tree viewer. Okay, let's talk a little bit more about the different views. So the tree viewer is the most general view and allows us to browse the disk image contents by directory tree or by sorted categories created by the Autopsy plugins. So the data sources over here is the literal information. So it's a literal file tree, and it basically splits up everything by the files that are inside the disk image. The other section is basically the metadata that has been collected by the Autopsy plugins. And well, we've got a ad going on Twitch right now. Okay, so while the ads are running on Twitch, I'll run an ad on YouTube just so that they don't start going off randomly. So I'm just going to insert an ad right here for YouTube watchers. And we're also going to take a little break and watch the birds. So how about these birds? Okay, I'm going to take this opportunity to have a little drink of water. So just a second. Fran says, "Nice bird. Thank you, thank you. These are birds that come to my backyard feeder. I'm very attached to them. They're great little birds, and they're called Stellar Jays. They're kind of like blue jays, but they're black instead of white, I guess. So they kind of look like a cross between blue jays and crows, but they're all part of the same family." Okay, so I think the ads are all over, so let me go ahead and put the birds away, and then we can get going. So we're talking about the tree viewer. So the tree viewer is the most zoomed out version of the disk image. Next is the results viewer, and the results viewer is where we look after we've selected an item from the tree viewer, and it provides more information in a list. So either in a list or in a table form, this is where we're going to look at next. And the last viewer is the contents viewer. And the contents viewer is where we can inspect individual files. So the first question from the TryHackMe task is asking us to inspect photos. So it's asking us to look at photos. So we have to access it from a specific some specific tabs in the tree view. So we can access photos in Autopsy by selecting data sources, file views, file types, by extension, and then images. So let's go ahead and do that. So over at the TryHackMe machine, we're going to go to data sources, file views. So click on file views, then open up file types, and then click on by extension over here. And you're going to be able to select images. So in here, after you select images, you're going to see a bunch of images. And these are the images that are on the disk image. So we can click on any one of these images, and we can actually get a preview in the details viewer. Let me make the details viewer a little bigger. Okay, and this is a preview of the image. So hopefully there aren't any weird images on here, but these look like images that are from some sort of chat application. And what else? We've got images that have been deleted and can't be, oh, these are empty. These are all size 0. So these other images are empty images. And we've got some screenshots. So inside of the details viewer, we can actually zoom in. So we can click on this button right here to zoom in. Let's go ahead and zoom in and see what's going on. So it says your system is up to date. This is some sort of screenshot from Android update. Okay, so we're not super interested in that. Let's go ahead and look at some other stuff. So there's a bunch of images on here. I think there's 156 of them. And what we need to do is we need to find a flag inside of one of the images. So I'm going to spoil everybody and just to say that when the flag is going to be super obvious, we don't need to necessarily go zooming around inside the images to look for the flag. So we've got this one over here. It looks like some sort of contact. This person's name is Van Sprinkles, and they've got this telephone number. Great. Okay, let's go ahead and keep on going. We've got some other screenshots and some other empty files and what looks like some sort of camera screenshot. And we've got some, this looks like a desktop image. So let's zoom in on this one a little bit. We can zoom in, we can scroll around. Okay. And then we can, so you'll see that some of these images here have an X as an icon, and what the X is supposed to demonstrate is that these are deleted files. So if you remember, when files are deleted on a hard drive, they're not necessarily deleted. They're not the data isn't necessarily like erased. So the data, what this basically means is that this file is no longer linked, and the sectors that this file takes up are freed up for the hard drive to be able to write over. So maybe eventually, if there's a lot of information being written to the hard disk, then these the information from these files might get written over. But when you delete a file, the file isn't necessarily gone, and it can be retrieved. So if you're using software like Autopsy, you might be able to retrieve these files. So this file, and this other file, these are all files that have been deleted, but not necessarily lost. Okay, so let's go ahead and keep on going through here. Okay, we've got, looks like we've got some a bunch of stock art, but this is the image that we're looking for. So it says that one of the images has a flag, and this is the flag. It's THM digital_forensics. So this is the flag we're looking for. We can actually submit this flag over on the TryHackMe website. So it says one of the photos contains a flag. What is it? It is THM digital_forensics, and then submit that. Okay, that is correct. So the next question is, what name does Tracy use to save Detective Frosto's phone number? So this is the snowman detective from our story. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at the contacts from the phone's disk image. So let's go over here, and to take a look at the contacts for the phone, we need to check the contacts for the image. So we need to go to Data Artifacts, and then Communication Accounts, and then Contacts. So let's go ahead and do that. So it's going to be Data Artifacts over at the tree view. So over here, go ahead and click on Data Artifacts, and then click on Communication Accounts. And then under Communication Accounts, you can click on Contacts over here. So contacts, these are all the contacts on the phone. And we can see here that we've got a bunch of names like Admin McBlue, Detective Carrot Nose, Exploit McRed, Forensic McBlue, etc., etc. So which one of these names is probably associated with a snowman detective? So if your answer was Detective Carrot Nose, then you're correct. So we've got Detective Carrot Nose. In the detail view, we've got their phone number. We've got their we've got the source, the image where we got this information from. I don't know if we have any other metadata to look at here. Application, nope. Data artifacts. Okay. So this is the answer for the next question. So Detective Carrot Nose is the name that we've saved under. So we can go back to TryHackMe. And what name does Tracy use to save Dr. Foster's phone number? It's Detective Carrot. Is it Carrot Dash Nose? I think so. Let me try submitting this. Okay, this is correct. And lastly, the last question for this particular task is one SMS exchanged with Van Sprinkles contains a password. What is it? Okay, so in this case, what we need to do is view the SMS messages. So what we need to do is we need to navigate to Data Artifacts and then Communication Accounts, Messages. So let's do that. Okay, so over here, we're going to go to Data Artifacts. So over here, Data Artifacts, Communication Accounts, Messages. So we can click on this. And these are all the SMS messages that were sent back and forth on the phone. So we can start at the first one. So we can just click on the first message here. And then, man, I wish I could zoom in on this. It's really small. But it says, hey, what's up? And then we can actually scroll up and down inside the list here. So, hi, what's up? Hi, I was going to write to you. Hi, did you hear the news? Our company is getting acquired. Yeah, I just heard. I'm not sure how I feel about it. I've been here for a few years now. I've come to love the company, the culture, and my colleagues. I have strong reasons to believe I will be demoted. I'm not happy with this acquisition. Javi92 says, "Hey, what's up? What's up, Yavi? We're taking a look at some digital forensics. We're taking a look at somebody's phone. So yeah, that's a big concern. So what do we do now? I don't know. I guess we have to wait and see what happens, but I'm not optimistic. Actually, I'm going to do everything within my power to stop this from happening. What do you mean? I won't let them have peace. Oh, I don't know what to say. Maybe you're right, but they are good people. They will be making a big mistake if they proceed and demote me. I don't know what to say. There's a password I want you to save for me just in case. Make sure you keep it somewhere secure and safe. Password, okay, I will save it for you. So this is something you shouldn't do. You should not send passwords either by message, instant message, or by email, because somebody else could potentially read it and then use your password. Okay, so afterwards, we've got this password over here. All we need to do is copy it. So just copy the whole password. I think you can use Control-C to copy it. And then we're going to go over to TryHackMe webpage, and then we paste in the password. Can we paste in the password? Yes, we can. Okay, great. Okay, click on submit. And that's done. Okay. So the last one here says, Javi92 says, that's cool. These are messages, I presume. Yeah, so these are messages from the phone. So this is digital forensics. We're using a program to take a look at the disk image for the phone. And we've got contacts in here. We've got messages. We've got pictures and stuff. We can look at all of this stuff after we've loaded it up into our program. So this is kind of like what you would do if you had a bunch of old phones and you wanted to take a look at what information was on those phones. Obviously, the security is a lot more sophisticated the newer the phones are. But if you've got old phones, you should be able to plug in your phone and then grab all the information off of it, and then take a look at the information with a program like Autopsy over here. Vladimir says, "Well done. That was relatively simple." This is the easy version of taking a look at stuff inside of Autopsy. There's actually, it can become very, very involved. We'll demonstrate that in the next challenge. And we're not going to finish the next challenge. We're just going to load it up and take a little look. Okay, so over here, let's go ahead and click on complete. And then we're going to do another little challenge. Richard Cullaby says, those messages are also stored first on the tower's hardware and also in the carrier's database for about 2 years. Oh, I didn't know about that. Okay, so all of the information that's being sent back and forth between your device and somebody else's device, it is also being picked up by your cell phone carrier, and they're going to store that information. That's so never assume that something is private unless you're taking a lot of careful steps to make sure that your stuff is private. Not that you would, not that you have anything to hide, right? None of us have anything to hide. Anyways, but thank you very much, Richard Calaby, for pointing that out. Okay, so the next room that we're going to cover, talking about disk analysis and the Autopsy program, is this one right here. So the link is in the chat. And let's go ahead and, well, first of all, what we need to do is we need to terminate our machine over here. So our virtual machine, we're going to be able to see it at the top. So Vladimir says, that's why we use Signal and Telegram. Yeah, so this is why we definitely want to use encrypted applications. So applications that encrypt all of your communications. So something like Telegram or Signal, but people say that there's probably that information is probably being stored somewhere as well. So you can't be 100% sure that you're being secretive. Anyways, let's terminate this virtual machine. Oh, the lag is even here. Okay. And then click on terminate machine, and then we can close out our full screen view, and then we're going to navigate to the next room. So the next room, I'm going to paste in the link and then go there. So if anybody else's TryHackMe website is also super laggy, please let me know so that I know that it's not just me who is having a very, very lagged response from TryHackMe. Thank you very much. VulNyx says, unique zero-click de-anonymization attack targeting Signal, Discord, and hundreds of platforms. That doesn't bode very well for privacy people. Okay, so this is disk analysis and Autopsy. This is another room. This is actually a much more difficult room talking about Autopsy. We're not going to finish this room today. If you're interested, you can go ahead and check this out yourself. But we will be starting up the room and taking a look at a more complicated disk image inside of Autopsy. So let's go ahead and open up task number 1 and go ahead, click on the Start Machine button over here. So while we're doing this, I'm going to delete all my progress from the room so that we don't see answers we're not supposed to. So the room is going to take about 2 minutes to start up, or sorry, the Windows machine. So this is another Windows machine that has Autopsy on it. So we're going to have to wait for that for about a couple minutes. In the meantime, let's talk a little bit more about Autopsy. So we can practice more with this next TryHackMe room, which is this one that we're looking at right now, called Disk Analysis and Autopsy. So this disk image we're going to be looking at in this room is going to be, it's going to be I think it's a modern version of Windows. I think it's a Windows 10 disk image. So it's going to be really, really big. And it's actually very interesting. Like if somebody gets a disk image of your Windows machine, they're going to be able to pull a lot of information out of it. It's going to be almost as if they have direct access to the machine. But while we're waiting for the machine to boot up, let's just... Vladimir Volkov says, yeah, what about Proton Mail? That's a very good... That's a good point. A lot of people like to use Proton Mail for privacy. Proton Mail. And they say that Proton Mail is a private and secure and encrypted email account. So the unfortunate thing about Proton Mail is that you have to pay, this is a paid service. So if you want privacy, you can't get privacy for free. But, it says you can create a free account. Is it free forever? Or do you need to pay for it like after some sort of trial period? Let's click on it and find out. Okay, so Proton free, 1 GB storage, 1 user, 1 email address. Oh, okay, so you can use this for free and you don't need to pay. That's great. Okay, so everybody, just in case you wanted to try Proton Mail for free, which is a private email, an encrypted email, go ahead and go to this link. Proton Mail is not sponsoring me, but if Proton Mail wants to sponsor me, I'm very welcome to business opportunities. Thank you very much. Vladimir Volkov says it only works if both users are using it. Can't go Proton Mail to Google, for example. Right. So, but if somebody wants to use Proton Mail to do something super secret, they can communicate with other people using Proton Mail for a encrypted email exchange. That sounds pretty cool. Cyber Dante says Proton sponsored this man already. Yeah, well, maybe one day. But thank you very much for the endorsement, Cyber Nerd Dante. Let's do a Nyan Cat before we go further. So let's Nyan Cat it up. Okay, so it looks like the desktop is trying to start up. The machine is pretty laggy, so let's go ahead and try to put this in full screen again. So once again, go to the center, go to the bottom, click on this View in Full Screen button. Yalon BS asks, how long have you been in the cyber field? If you don't mind me asking, I don't mind answering. I haven't been in cybersecurity for too long. I first became interested in cybersecurity at the beginning of the pandemic, so back in 2020. And I started from there. I trained very, very intensely for about a year and a half. And then I got a job in cybersecurity for about half a year. And within that half a year, I was working as a web app security tester. And it was very eye-opening. But also in that time, I figured out that I probably wanted to be an educator instead. So that's why I'm doing cybersecurity education here on Twitch and YouTube. So let's see. Are we able to view this in full screen? Vladimir Volkov also says, Switzerland-based and doesn't have to comply with USA regulations. Also reportedly no logs. Huh. Oh, that's Proton Mail, right? But yeah. If If a company is operating outside of the United States, they don't necessarily have to comply with American regulations. Looks like YalenBS asks, are you sponsored by THM? If I was sponsored by TryHackMe, I wouldn't be complaining about their website and their virtual machines being super laggy. Or maybe I would, who knows? No, I don't have any sponsorships right now. But if anybody's interested, you can go ahead and send me a private message if you're interested in sponsoring me. YalenBS says, wow, they should sponsor you. Well, maybe. Anyways, this is not loading up. We'll give it a few more minutes. If it doesn't load up in the next couple minutes, we might skip this bit of the class. We don't have too much time left before our time is up, anyways. But let's see if we can be a little patient. Actually, you know what? Maybe what I should do is I should reload the page. Let's reload the page. Maybe it'll be more responsive then. Maybe not. Okay. Let me try putting this thing in another tab one more time. So if anybody's following along and you are not having any problems, let us know, because I want to know if this problem is just happening on my end or if it's happening for everybody. Javi92 asks, what days do you go live? I go live on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. If you want to take a look at the schedule that for the live streams, we're on reddit.com at r/HackerFrogs. So you can go ahead and take a look at the schedule over here. We do a schedule every week. So for example, this is week 7 in the year 2025. And we've got our weekly schedule over here. These are all the exercises that we're going to be covering in the live streams. But it looks like TryHackMe is not going to be super cooperative with us right now. So everybody, if you're interested in covering more Autopsy, please give this room a go. So I'll leave the link in the chat. But it looks like we're not having too much luck over here. So we're just gonna wrap everything up. So we actually have a lot of different questions we can answer based on the autopsy information here. Stuff like, what is the MD5 hash for the image? What is the computer account name? What are all of the user accounts? You can get all that information from Autopsy. Who is the last person to log into the computer? This is something you can look up inside the Autopsy program. So what is the IP address of the computer? This is a little more complicated. Some of these questions are actually very, very difficult to answer, but if you do a lot of Googling around, you should be able to find these answers. But anyways, let's wrap up our look at Autopsy over here. So let's review the digital forensics concept we learned in this workshop. Autopsy forensic software. Autopsy is the GUI implementation of the sleuth kit, and it allows users to view the contents of disk image files in a much more intuitive manner. There are 3 major views to pay attention to in Autopsy. There's the tree viewer, which is this list over here. There's the list viewer, the tree viewer, the list viewer, which is green over here, and the contents bluer, which is blue. And these are the different UI elements that you have to pay attention to inside of Autopsy. So the tree viewer, the results viewer, and the contents viewer. So we're going to be doing something different in the next HackerFrogs After School workshop. And in the next HackerFrogs After School Digital Forensics workshop, we're going to learn how to investigate memory forensics with the volatility program. So what is memory forensics? anytime you've got programs running on your computer, they're running inside of your computer memory, and all the programs that are running on your computer are running inside the memory. It's also called volatile memory because this this information disappears when you power off your computer. We're going to learn how to interact with memory forensics files with this volatility software. And it's actually very interesting because you can get a lot of information that you wouldn't be able to get by just looking at disk images. So that's going to be the next class. Please look forward to that. Vladimir Volkov says, so one could just plug hard disk drives into a PC and run Autopsy to view the data. You could. Generally what you do is you create a disk image using specialized software, and then you use that particular disk image to look at inside of Autopsy. So you just need to put the information into a format that Autopsy can read. Javi92 says, I'll try my best to catch up. Looking forward to that. Thank you very much, Javi92. Vladimir Volkov says, not necessarily if the data is encrypted. So if the disk drive is encrypted, you won't be able to do that. But if for some reason you're able to get, you're able to catch the hard drive in an unencrypted state, then you would be able to create a disk image. So when the computer's on, the disk, the hard drive is not going to be encrypted because you can't work with encrypted data. So generally, when a computer is on, the hard drive is going to be decrypted. But when you turn the computer off, then the hard drive data is going to be encrypted. All right, so let's move on to the next portion of today's stream. Thank you to everybody for sticking around for the HackerFrogs After School portion of the stream. We're going to move on to the next stream. We're going to move on to the next piece of content today. And the next piece of content is going to be a hacking tutorial. So we've got a machine that we downloaded from the VulNyx website over here. It's called Hosting. If you want to download this machine yourself, you can go ahead and download it from this link here. And for this part of the stream, we're going to put on some music because why not? Let's play some Mass Effect. I really love the Mass Effect game series. And the music from Mass Effect 2 is really good. So let's go ahead and play that. Yeah, that's good. Let's turn it down a bit. Okay, we've got ads running on Twitch right now. So while the ads are running on Twitch, what we're going to do is we're going to run a short ad on YouTube as well, just so everybody's synced up and the ads on YouTube aren't playing at random times. So please be patient with the ads on YouTube. Okay, so this is a good opportunity for me to adjust the volume for the music. Vladimir Volkov asks, are you familiar with web browser pass view? I've never heard of that. Could you enlighten me and tell me what it is? I'm going to take a little sip of water right now, just a second. And why not have some birds? How about this one? This is the greedy sparrow. Okay, gotta start up my virtual machine now. So this is the greedy sparrow. It is flapping its wings and preventing everybody from getting the food in the bowl. It's being a greedy little guy. But looks like the ad is over. The ad break is over on Twitch. So let's put the birds away. We might have more of the greedy sparrow later in the stream. Who knows? Okay, so we've got the virtual machine that we're going to be hacking in that's started up. So this is a modern Windows target. This is a virtual machine running Windows 10. So let's go ahead and start our hacking process. Vladimir Volkov says, web browser passview is a small Windows tool that extracts and displays saved passwords from various web browsers like Chrome, Firefox, and Edge. It is commonly used for recovering lost passwords, but can also highlight security risks related to stored credentials. So this is also a tool that that a bad person could use if they have access to your computer to get all sorts of stored passwords. We assume that only the person who is supposed to use the computer has access to the computer, but who knows? Okay, so let us begin our Windows hacking tutorial. So everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the hosting machine that is hosted on the VulNyx website, and let's get started. So the first thing we need to do with any of these hacking challenges is we need to figure out where the machine is on our network. So let's go ahead and run the Nmap program to run what is called a ping sweep. So a ping sweep is basically trying to discover devices that are online on our network. So we're just going to scan this network range right here, and we're going to try to figure out which IP address the virtual machine is going to be at. Vladimir Volkov says, yeah, so don't use it on anything you don't own. Super cool tool though. Yeah, so the thing is that most of these security tools can be used by good guys and bad guys, but anything that can be used to get passwords could be used by like a bad person, right? So you got to be careful about that. Alright, so we see that there are two machines online on the network that are running VirtualBox, which is my VM software. There's this one at address number 5, which is my attacker machine, my Kali Linux machine, and the other one that is online is at address number 23. So this is probably the target, so we can start scanning against it using the Nmap program. Javi92 asks, does it scan devices only on your own network? You could scan devices on the internet, but that's not super legal. It's not legal to scan the internet and to scan people's devices that don't belong to you. So please don't do that if you don't need to. Okay, so let's go ahead and run Nmap. We're going to run it very verbose. We're going to run it against all ports. We're going to run it with common scripts and versioning information, and we're going to run it very, very fast. And we're going to run it against 192.168.223. So this is the IP address that we found from the first Nmap scan. So let's go ahead and scan this box. Vladimir Volkov says, only a device that you're actually on. It has to be installed and whatnot. Willpower PCs. Willpower PC says, sup bro. Sup Willpower PCs, nice to see you here. Let's give you a hack the planet, because that is what we do.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Okay, so we've got a bunch of ports open on here. So basically, if a device has a port open, it means it has a service available for people to access. So in this case, we've got a bunch of different ports that are common to Windows systems. Ports like 135, 445, and 139. 139 and 445 are both associated with the SMB file sharing service, and 135, I think that's the NetBIOS service. I could be wrong. Let me just look this up real quick. NetBIOS TCP port. That is port number 139. Okay, so 139 is the NetBIOS port. So 139 is NetBIOS, and 135 and 445 are SMB. Chevron says, I think 135 is RPC. Oh, is it RPC? Let me check real quick. TCP port 135. This is, oh, it is RPC. It is remote procedure call. Okay, have I been wrong all this time? Sometimes you learn new things. Okay, All right, so another thing that is common to all Windows machines is that they usually have a bunch of ports open on the 40,000 range, and those ports are also associated with the RPC service. So from here, we've got some information that we can start acting on. Okay, so we see here that there's also port 80 open, and port 80 is associated with web servers. So web servers are going to be HTTP, which is the unencrypted version of web pages, basically. So what we can do is we're going to go to our web enumeration tab over here, and we're going to run a few different web enumeration tools. 168, 23. So Derb is an older directory busting tool. It might be able to find some interesting endpoints on the target. It did not find any. That's fine. And Willpower's PC says some sort of unsecured web server running on port 80. Yeah, okay. And Tom Sawyer says something in Cyrillic. I do not speak Cyrillic. If you could type in English, I could respond, but I don't read Cyrillics. Sorry about that, Tom Sawyer. But welcome to the stream. Okay, the next thing we're going to run Nikto. Nikto is another older web app enumeration tool, but sometimes it can find some very interesting information, so this is why we run it anyways. So we see here that it's identified the server as Microsoft IIS. So IIS, otherwise known as Internet Information Services, is Microsoft's version of web servers. So something like Apache or Nginx. These are different web server software, and it's running version 10. So the version of IIS is usually a good indication of what version of Windows is running. So if you see IIS version 10, that's probably because it's running on Windows 10 operating system. Okay, so next we can actually use some more advanced web enumeration tools. For example, we could do GoBuster. So GoBuster is a more advanced directory busting tool, and what we're going to do is we're going to look for some specific file extensions. So we're going to look for TXT files. Because this is an IIS server, I'll look for ASP files and ASPX files. We'll also be looking for HTML files and HTM files. So let's go ahead and... Oh, the last thing we need to do is we need to give an accurate IP address. So if you don't use the right IP address, you don't get to play. So it's going to be 168.200.23. So when you run GoBuster in directory busting mode, you have to, well, you don't have to supply, but we're going to supply a number of file extensions to look for. We have to supply the IP address that we want to scan against, and we have to supply a word list to compare. So when we're doing directory busting, word lists are very important, and in this case, a very common list that we use for these CTF exercises is the user share word lists directory list 2.3 medium directory list. So let's go ahead and run that scan. So we immediately find this speed endpoint over here. So this is going to be at the speed endpoint on the machine. So we can go ahead and take a look at this. So we're just going to go into the web browser. And in the web browser, we're going to do HTTP and then the IP address that the machine is on. So it's 198.162.200.23. Then we're going to do a slash, and then the endpoint, which is speed. Okay, so it says here speed hosting. Huh. One-stop web hosting. All right. So what is on this web page? So normally what we could do is we could take a look at the web page source, we could right-click on the web page and then select View Page Source, and take a look at all of the HTML code, the HTTP code over here. But we can also just investigate the website manually, just looking at it inside of our web browser. So we go down here, and we see that this is some sort of hosting services website. So an important thing to figure out when you're doing these kind of CTF exercises is what information is important and what information you can ignore. Vladimir Volkov says maybe turn down the music a couple clicks. Okay, let's go ahead and do that. Okay, Shivrin says maybe you mentioned it, but you can also tell us who Dirbuster is enumerating directories. I'm guessing it's from a list of common words and directories. Shivrin says how it is doing the enumeration. Okay. Gaming PTY says, bro, hi, learning security. Which videos from your channels do you recommend? Gaming PTY, could you tell me what experience you have with cybersecurity or technology? Do you know a lot, or do you know anything about how to do web development or any other kind of programming? How comfortable are you with technology? So if you tell me that, then I can give you a suggestion for what you can look at as far as videos on my channel are concerned. Almost nothing. Okay, okay. So what I would recommend to you is... So I've got my YouTube channel over here. And I'll recommend a Gaming Party PTY. I'm guessing that's party or pointer. I'm not sure. I'm very comfortable with tech. That's great. That's great. I've got a number of playlists over here. And if you're not super familiar with tech, a good place to start would be the Pico CTF challenges over here. So what you want to do is you want to make an account over at picoctf.org. It's a website. Let me grab the... So it's picoctf.org. So just make an account over there. It's free. You don't have to worry about paying anything. And go ahead and take a look at the at this list over here that covers a bunch of Pico CTF exercises. They start off very, very easy, and then they become more and more difficult. But it's a pretty good... This is a pretty good place to get introduced to a bunch of cybersecurity concepts. Stuff like starting up a web shell, so interacting with Linux, and just using some basic Linux commands, and then moving on to a bunch of other topics. So there's a lot of stuff here, and if you have any problems, leave a comment underneath the videos, and I'll try to answer you as best I can and as soon as possible. If you have any more questions, let me know in the chat. Okay, so over here on the website, it seems to be some sort of hosting website, but you've got a team over here as well. So anytime we're able to see we get a list of users, we should probably note down those users for enumeration. So for example, we've got Paul Smith, Armani Christ, Mikkelir Faney, Kimton Lendy. We can copy all of these, and then we can create a little list of users. So let's actually go into the HTTP source code here and scroll down to that part, and then we can copy the text. Where is it? Okay, so... oh, geez. Oh, we've got email addresses. Cool, cool, cool. Alright, so let's go ahead and let's just grab these email addresses and add them to a list. So we're going to copy these one at a time. We're going to create a little file inside of Nano. We're going to call it users.txt. So we're just going to paste in this first one, and then we're going to go back and get the next one. So that's P. Smith, A. Christ, Next is M. Faney. And let's see, K. Lundy. And was there one more? No, that was it. Okay. All right. So from here, what we're going to do is we're just going to strip out the email part, because we don't care about the email address. We care about the username. We're going to try to see if any of these usernames exist on the Windows system. So we've got the list here. We're going to save this, and then we're going to do some brute force attacks. So brute force attacks are basically trying to log in as a particular user on the system. So we're just going to go over to netexec. Netexec is a program that comes with Kali Linux, and it's basically it's pretty much a one-stop shop for Windows security testing. You usually run it with you can run it with netexec, this command over here, or you can run it with the nxc command. nxc. And what we can do is you can specify netexec and then a service that you want to test over here. For example, you can test SMB, which is basically the ubiquitous Windows file sharing service. You have to supply an IP address, and for a username, you can supply a list. So for the username, we're going to supply users.txt, that file that we created. And for the password, we're going to do brute forcing against all of the users on the list. So for all the users on the list, we're going to try a bunch of different passwords. And the default password list that everybody likes to use is called rocku.txt on Kali Linux. It's located at user share wordlists rocku.txt. This is a list of 14 million passwords, so we're just trying to try to brute force all of the users on here against all the passwords in the rocku.txt list. So once again, that's 14 million passwords. We have to supply this flag over here, ignore PW decoding. This is just something that we need to use for rocku.txt because it's got a bunch of weird encoding stuff there. So we can go ahead and run this. Oh, wait. Ignore PW... Oh. Is it decoding? Encoding. It's encoding. Ignore password encoding. Okay. No? You know what? Let me find out via error message what the thing is supposed to be. Ignore PW decoding. Dang it, I was so close. Okay. So that's going to be ignore PW decoding. Alright. So once again, we're trying to brute force all of the names on the users.txt list against all of the words on the rocku.txt list. So this might take... Oh, it did not take a long time. Okay. So we managed to get a match. So it turns out that the psmith user over here is using this password, kiss me. Alright, so what can we do with this? So the first thing we want to do is we want to, now that we have a valid credential over here, we could probably do some extra enumeration using netexec. So the first thing I would do is I would figure out if this is actually a valid credential pair. So I would do password kiss me, and for users, we would do p.smith. So just to make sure that this is a valid user account on the Windows system. So this is valid. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to figure out if they have access to any file shares. So we're just going to run the same command here, but we're going to tack on this shares argument here. Okay, so we have read permissions on the IPC share. So the IPC share is basically a printer share, which means that we have access to the printer. This doesn't really help us too much. So the next thing we're going to do, now that we have a valid user account, we can do some extra enumeration, and we can try to figure out what other user accounts exist on the system. So as long as we have a valid user account, we can run netexec with this command right over here, -- users, and this is going to tell us the names of all of the users on the system. So we're just going to run this. And it gets a bunch of different accounts over here. So we've got administrator. Where are the 2 administrator accounts? So we also have fmiller, invitado, which is the Spanish version of the guest account. I think this is a Spanish language install of Windows, so that's why we have the invitado account. We have J Wilson and we have M Davis. So we're currently using the P Smith account. So we're just going to add these other accounts to the users.txt list. So let's go back into users.txt. So we know P Smith already, so let's just take P Smith off the list. We're going to put the other accounts here, and let's do a little bit of reformatting. Invitado, we don't need this account, that's a guest account. The next one is J Wilson. Okay, do some more formatting. M Davis and P Smith. So we don't need P Smith, we already know about P Smith. So it's just F Miller, J Wilson, and M Davis. So let's go ahead and save out this list. And then what we're going to do is we're going to run another brute force attack. Huh. Wait. I see something. So there's a comment over here. So there's a comment inside of there's a description over here, and inside the description there's this string, and this string is hosting 123 exclamation point, and this looks suspiciously like a password. So we could try this password with all of the different user accounts. That it's actually associated with the M Davis account, but so we can actually try M Davis with this password. So let's try this one. So M Davis, and the password is going to be this right here. Let me just copy this. Okay, and let's see if this is a valid credential pair. So this is not the credential pair for M Davis, but there were some other users as well. So we could try this password for some of the other users on the list. So there's F Miller and J Wilson. So let's try F Miller. Okay, this is not F Miller's. So the last one is J Wilson. J Wilson. Login failure. Was there another account? So J Wilson, M Davis, P Smith. This is P Smith. F Miller, J Wilson. Oh, you know what? Maybe we should encase the password in quotes. Sometimes when you have special characters instead of passwords, it interferes with how the program parses these characters because it might try to interpret the special characters in an unexpected way. So that's why whenever we have a bunch of special characters inside these usernames or passwords, we want to encase it in quotes. So when we encase it in quotes, then we shouldn't have any problems. Gaming P2Y says, "Excuse me, is Pico CTF are challenges, right?" So let me demonstrate. So I got YouTube. I directed you to the Pico CTF playlist. So inside of Pico CTF, let's see, where's the playlist? It's here. So these are all going to be little CTF challenges, and while you're doing the CTF challenges, you're going to be learning some stuff about Linux. So for example, we could go over to this this obedient cat challenge, and in the oh, ads. Hold on. Okay, so inside this challenge over here, inside the description, there's going to be a link to the challenge that you can access over here at the description of the video, and basically it takes you to the portion where you can do the challenge for yourself inside of Pico CTF. Of course, you're going to be logged in. You have to be logged into Pico CTF, and that's how you're going to be able to do the challenge. Hope that helps. Okay, let's go back to the hacking Windows. So it turns out that this is the password for the J Wilson account. So what we need to do is, well, first of all, there's more than one service that is common to Windows. So the first service that we associate with Windows is the SMB file sharing service. Another service that is associated with Windows machines. Where's my nmap? Why did I put my nmap here? Okay, so another thing that is associated with Windows machines is this service right here. It's TCP port 5985, and this is what is known as the WinRM service. The WinRM service is basically something that allows administrators, Windows administrators, to log into systems via a terminal interface, and it's usually limited to administrator level accounts. So we can actually check to see if this user over here has access to WinRM by changing out SMB with WinRM inside of a netexec. Okay, we've got ads running on Twitch, so we're just going to take a little break. It's going to be about a minute and a half. So I'm just going to play a little ad for the people that are watching on YouTube, so that the ads don't start randomly appearing in the middle of things. And while we're taking a break, let's take a look at some more bird feeder footage. How about more of the greedy sparrow? I'm going to take this opportunity to have a little drink of water. Just a second. Thank you very much for following on Twitch, Jinbody. Thank you very much for following. Okay, so we've got another half a minute of ads left, but this is the greedy sparrow. It's keeping all the other sparrows away from the food bowl. Anybody who comes near it, he's going to start attacking it. But there are all these sparrows over here. Oh man, that's a greedy sparrow. Anyways, let's put the birds away. And let's continue. So we need to figure out if this J Wilson account over here has access to the WinRM service. So if they have access to the WinRM service, then that's a really good thing for us. That means that we're going to be able to log into the system. So let's go ahead and do that. So it turns out that that this user, J Wilson, does have access to the server via the WinRM service, and it says pwned over here. The reason why it says pwned is because WinRM access is usually limited to admin level accounts on Windows systems. So usually, if we're able to get credentials for a user that has WinRM access, that means we have basically gotten administrator access. But we're going to find out this isn't necessarily the case. Okay, so let's go ahead and use our favorite tool, VulWinRM. So VulWinRM is a Linux-based terminal that we can use to interact with the WinRM service. And what we need to do is we need to supply a number of credentials. So we need to supply a IP address. We need to supply a user account name, and we need to supply the password. So we know the password is hosting, which is all spelled funny, just like this. Okay. So when we run the VulWinRM service, this is going to allow us to log into the system using the WinRM service here. So if we ask who am I, it says we are hosting j.wilson, which means we've broken into the Windows system. And that means we have to call on Scary Hacker Voice Man. Just a second, everybody. Okay, so...
Hey everybody, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. Scary Hacker Voice Man comes out every time we break into a server, and we just broke into yours. Well, Mr. Hosting Administrator, it looks like you misconfigured your... It looks like you misconfigured your user passwords, and you decided to leave some credentials lying around in the description for your users. Well, that was a big mistake. This is a Spanish language installation of Windows, so let's switch into Spanish. That was a big mistake is eso fue un gran error. Aceptaste el riesgo. Y ahora, ahora estamos dentro.
Okay, so that was, no me gusto, says Shivren. Well, you know, I tried. Maybe next time it'll be okay. I'm not a Spanish speaker, but I decided to throw some sentences into Google Translate. Maybe next time I will sound better. But anyways, we're now in. So what do we do? So after we get initial access on a system, the next thing we need to do is we need to perform privilege escalation. So privilege escalation. Let's take a little break to talk about what my script was in Spanish. So there were 4 lines that I spoke in Spanish. That was a big mistake. Is eso fue un gran error, and talking about people accepting the risk. So you accepted the risk is aceptaste el riesgo, and now we're in. Y ahora estamos dentro, which is now we're in. Anyways, Shivren says, no, you were fine. It was getting hacked that he didn't like. Okay. Well, well, anyways, maybe we'll play around with these foreign language, with these different language interpretations of Scary Hacker Voice Man in the future, depending on what other language of Windows or whatever we hack into. Anyways, we want to do some privilege escalation now. So privilege escalation is trying to elevate our privileges beyond the privileges we have currently. So we can actually figure out what privileges our current user has by typing in whoami/priv on a Windows system. So here it says we have SE backup privilege. So SE backup privilege is actually something very special on Windows systems. And there's a little presentation I've got talking about this. Hold on. So how do we get in? We got in by using something called SMB credential brute forcing. So we were able to determine a potential username on the server, and we could brute force the user's password if it was sufficiently weak. So we found a number of different users on the system, and we used SMB credential brute forcing to figure out the password for one of those users. So from there, what we're going to do for privilege escalation is we're going to abuse the SE backup privilege. And the Windows SE backup privilege allows all read access to any file on the system. So this isn't necessarily all read access. There are certain files that you can make inaccessible to people with this privilege. But this privilege is associated with members of the Windows Backup Operators group. So in Spanish, it is Operadores de Copia de Seguridad. But in English, it's called the Backup Operators group. So we're going to find that this user also has access. They're a part of this group. So this is the group, Operadores de Copia de Seguridad, Backup Operators. Bubblegum says, teach my hacking from scratch. Teach my hacking from scratch. Bubblegum, hello. How are you? How are you doing? And the way we can abuse SE backup privilege is we can first use some commands to copy over some critical files over to our system, and then we can do some hacking magic. So abusing a user's SE backup privilege can lead to exposure of the local system's sam.hive file and system.hive files. Bubblegum says, not good. I have final stage of cancer and want to learn hacking before you die. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Bubblegum. What kind of hacking would you like to learn? We're currently learning about how to abuse users in the backup operators group on Windows. So if you want to learn that, then we can do that. So when we combine the privileges that we can get from downloading these two files, we can expose the password hashes for all the user accounts on the local system. So let's go ahead and do this. Okay, so Bubblegum says, I'd like to learn how to hack Wi-Fi. So we're not currently doing hacking Wi-Fi right now, but I can point you at something that might be able to help you out. So TryHackMe.com, which is really, really slow right now. Hopefully it's not so slow and we can access the dang website. They've got a couple of rooms on Wi-Fi hacking. So we just search up Wi-Fi. Hey, this is free and it's called Wi-Fi Hacking 101. Let me get the link for you. You're going to need to have an account over at TryHackMe.com. TryHackMe.com. Go ahead and go to this room after you've logged in, and then you can learn about Wi-Fi hacking. Anyways, let's continue. All right, so on the Windows target here, we can give two commands to download those two critical files called sam.hive and system.hive. So I guess I forgot to delete these when I was doing my my walkthrough myself. Anyways, let's delete the two files, and then I'll demonstrate how to download these things again. Okay. So what you want to do is you want to give this command, these two commands over here. They're going to be reg save hklm/sam sam.hive. So it's basically taking the sam.hive file, which has all of the user account details, and downloading them to a file called sam.hive in the current directory. So we give that command, and then we see that the file has been saved. The next thing we need to do is we need to copy the system.hive file over as well. So the system.hive file has a bunch of security configurations for the local system inside of it. So if we can combine these two files, then we can decode the information in the sam.hive file and get the password hashes for all the users. So we use this command, regsave hklm/system and then system.hive. Okay, so after we do that, we've got both of the files inside of this directory now. So because we're using evilwinrm, there's a very convenient command we can use with this program to download these files to our local system, and that is simply the download command. So we can just do download sam.hive and then download system.hive. So keep in mind that download is a function of the evilwinrm program, and the system.hive program is actually going to take a little while to download because it's pretty big. So in the meantime, let's catch up on chat. So Vladimir Volkov says you want to learn how to hack Wi-Fi stuff, and Vladimir suggests David Bombal. So David Bombal is pretty good. It's a pretty good channel. They do a lot of good beginner level content on cybersecurity stuff. We can look up the channel right now while we're waiting for that thing to download. So we could look up David Bombal Wi-Fi. And we've got a bunch of different videos over here, and I'll just provide the link. Dat1 Sleepy Rat says HackerFrogs Unite. HackerFrogs Unite, Dat1 Sleepy Rat. And Senor Goomba says Ponagochi. Those sure are some hacker tools. Anyways, everybody, let's hack the planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Okay. So we managed to download the file successfully. Let's go over to another tab inside of our Kali Linux program. Our Kali Linux terminal, rather. Thank you very much for following, Senor Goomba. Nice to see you here. You are now HackerFrog, and nice avatar you've got there. It's a Goomba with a mustache. That's great. Okay, so looks like we've downloaded this thing to our home directory. This is not what I wanted. Let's move these over to the temp directory. Let's move sam.hive and system.hive to... Actually, we have to do these one at a time. Move this one to temp, and then move system.hive to temp. Okay. Thank you very much for following Shell Shutter. Nice to see you here. Welcome to the HackerFrogs. Okay, so we've got sam.hive and system.hive. If we have both of these files, we can use a program called secrets dump to get all of the users' password hashes. So the way we would use secrets dump is with this command over here. It's called impacket secrets dump. We need to supply a local user and we need to provide a SAM, so that's sam.hive, and we need to supply a system.hive, and we need to tell the program that these are local hashes. So after we do that, Shellshotter says replace A with O. Oh, okay. I see that. I don't know. Okay. Okay. But thank you very much, Mr. Shooter. So when we run the program over here, it's going to tell us the password hashes for all of these users on the system. So I'm going to give you a spoiler over here, and I'm going to tell you that the administrator account on the system has been deactivated. But this administrator account takes its place. And if we have the password hash for an administrator user, we can do what's called a pass the hash account. Mr. Shooter says, I don't click links. Well, you don't need to click links if you don't want to. So let's talk about the implications of this. So the second part of our privilege escalation for this particular target is the admin user pass the hash attack. So if we have the local admin user's hash, we can leverage that with a pass the hash attack to gain admin level terminal access to the server. So the first thing we need to do is we need to confirm that this administrator is using this hash. And when we use certain programs for Windows, such as VulNyx or netexec, they accept hashes as well as passwords. So having the password hash is just like having the password when you're using these systems, when using these programs. Mr. Shooter says, do you stream every day? And can I watch your beautiful face every day? You're so handsome. Well, I appreciate that you like the frog. It's a handsome frog, and we do have a schedule over here. So this is the HackerFrogs Reddit. On the HackerFrogs Reddit, we post the weekly stream schedule, and we stream on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. And we've got the schedule for this week. It is week 7, and we're going to be streaming these different topics. If you're interested in these topics, please tune in. The handsome HackerFrogs. Well, we can all be handsome HackerFrogs. Thank you very much. Okay, so we've got the this administrator's password hash over here. What we can do is we can check to see if these are valid by going over to netexec. Let's just exit from netexec from VulNyx, and let's check netexec. So first of all, let's check SMB. So everybody, so this is the name of the user over here, and this is actually the NTLM hash. So the thing about NTLM hashes for Windows is that the NT hash, which is this portion right here, this is always the same. The NT hash is always the same across all users, across all versions of Windows. So we don't have to worry about this. We only have to worry about the LM hash, which is this portion right here. So this is the actual hash for the Windows users. Okay, so that's going to be user administrator, and then hash. It's going to be this portion over here. Vladimir says, kiss me and I'll turn into a prince. Okay, Shiverin thinks, says, I think the first segment is the LM and the second is the NTLM, but you should verify. Let's see. Hold on. Let me check. Where could we do this thing? Over here. I'm pretty sure this is the LM. This should be the LM hash. The second portion should be the LM hash, and this should be the NT hash. Let me check with an AI. Maybe an AI could identify this for us. Let's just go over to, I don't know. I've been using a lot of let's try ChatGPT. There's so many options for AIs these days. LM hash value is essentially null because it's disabled. LM is the older hash style, which was less secure, not case sensitive, not longer than 14 characters. Let's ask ChatGPT. This is a NTLM hash. Which portion is the NT hash? Which is the LM hash? Okay, so the NTLM hash format is typically represented as LM hash, NT hash. Wow. Oh, you're correct. Shivren, you're right. The first part is the LM hash. So the LM hash, but that doesn't answer my. That doesn't. So the NT hash is the new version. The new version of the hash is the NT hash, right? And the LM hash is the old version of the hash. So the LM, let's see, so it's LM hash, and the LM hash is a well-known default value indicating that the LM hash was not stored. So common in newer Windows systems where LM hashing is disabled. Oh, that's great, yeah. So this is the NT hash. For some reason I thought that this was the NT hash and this was the LM hash, but it turns out it's the opposite. So the LM hash is in front and the NT hash is behind. Okay. Well, thank you very much, Shivren. You know, it really helps educate myself when people tell me that I'm saying something that is incorrect. I always thought that the this first portion of the hash was always the same. Well, I mean, I actually didn't know, but I thought this was, well, this is the actual hash, but it turns out this is the NT hash. Okay. Mr. Shooter says, does speaking help you stream? Well, streaming helps my public speaking a lot, because I used to stutter a lot more. I still stutter a lot, but I stutter less now that I've started streaming. Does speaking help you learn? Well, having a bunch of people watch and point out my mistakes, that helps me learn. but yeah. Actually, it's also funner to learn with other people as well. So let's go back. So over here, we're going to try to figure out if the administrator has this password hash. If they do, so this is a valid password hash over here. So we can use it with the administrator account, and if we have access to WinRM with the administrator account, then it's basically game over. Shivren says, we all have expertise in different areas, you can't know it all. That's certainly true. Mr. Shooter says, there are very few light Yagami. Well, light Yagami didn't know everything. Otherwise, light Nagami wouldn't have gotten caught. Okay, so we have WinRM access as the administrator user over here, so we can log in with evil WinRM using the administrator account and then finish the exercise. So let's go ahead and do that. So we're going to do evil WinRM. With the administrator account and this password hash. Mr. Shooter says, he was smart and handsome. Heavens blessed him twice. Well, I mean, you know, you can be a smart and handsome guy, but if you're... Well, I mean, he wasn't smart. The thing about bad guys is that all bad guys think that they're too smart to get caught. And, well, I mean, you never hear about the bad guys who don't get caught. So I guess that's kind of confirmation bias. Anyways, let's log in as the administrator user. Okay, so we managed to log into the terminal using evil WinRM with the administrator account and their password hash. So if we see what groups we're part of, it says that we're part of the administradores group, which is administrators in Spanish, which means we have complete control over the system. So we're very close to finishing the exercise. All we need to do now is to go into the administrators directory and read the flag that's there. So the Windows challenges all have a flag inside the administrator directory. So we're just going to enter the administrator directory and then go into their desktop directory. And the flag is over here. So if we read this flag, then the exercise is over. But we're not going to read the flag in a traditional sense because the organizers over at the VulNyx website have requested that people who do write-ups and walkthroughs don't reveal the contents of flags on stream. So let's go ahead and read the file, but redirect it into a file called iRead.root.txt. So after that, we see that we've created this file called iRead.root.txt. It's the same size as the root.txt file, which means we've effectively read the root.txt file and finished the exercise. Alright, so everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for the hosting system that is on vulnyx.com. Everybody, if you enjoyed this guided walkthrough for the VulNyx system, please click like and subscribe on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Alright everybody, don't leave. That's just something I gotta say for YouTube because I turn all these walkthroughs into YouTube videos eventually. But thank you very much for and donating. Yeah, also donate. Give big donations. Thank you. Let's see. Mr. Shooter says because most people, Sun and Mercury are conjunct. I'm not too sure what that means. But JRC on Twitch says thank you, JRC. Nice to see you here. And let's give a video redeem. What have we not done in a while? How about a... You know, I really like the Nyan Cat meme. South Park. We could do the South Park one. I mean, we could do the South Park one right now. Sure, why not? Okay, so JRC, thank you very much for showing up here. And what made you choose the frog icon? Oh, the frog icon, yeah, so people who watch Twitch, they're known as Twitch frogs. So people who like hacking and they like live streams, they're hacker frogs. So that's why I chose the frog. But everybody, I'd like you to go to hack.
Mr. Hack, may I please be excused from class?
Well, Kyle.
Yes.
You hear me? You go to
Hack.
You go to
Hack.
You
Have a great day.
Hope everybody's having a great day, and I hope you can go to hack. Alright, so we're going to be starting the last part of today's stream in just a little bit, but did I? Okay, I did download the DC02 machine. Okay, we got ad breaks happening on Twitch right now, so we're just going to take a little break, and for everybody on YouTube, I'm just going to play a little ad just so the ads don't show up randomly during the stream. So here you go. And to everybody who's not watching ads right now, congratulations. And you get to enjoy a little bird bath video. There you go. Alright, so this is footage taken in the summer. These are little hatchling stellar jays. They're very, very cute. And I'm just gonna have a little bit of water, then we'll be back in just a second. Okay, so the ads are going to be ending in just a little bit, so I'm going to put the birds away. But this is probably one of my favorite videos that I recorded. The little birds having a little bath. It is the cutest thing. Mr. Shooter says, washed Mazda and Old Spice deodorant for you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Shooter. Vladimir Volkov says, the bird thinks the water tastes better by the other bird's foot. Maybe let me sit in it first. Mr. Shooter says, are you vegan? I'm not vegan. I guess that makes me a little bit hypocritical when I say I like the animals, because I eat some of the animals. But we can all try to not be cruel to animals, but eating meat is pretty common all around the world. Anyways, let's start into the next challenge. So the next challenge is not going to be a demonstration, but it's going to be a little challenge. So the challenge is located over at Hackmyvm.eu, and this is the DC02 challenge. So what this essentially is, this is a Active Directory challenge. So Active Directory is a type of technology that you find for Windows systems, and it allows Windows systems to all be networked together. Vladimir says, is vegan short for vegetables again? I don't know. Some people might, I mean, if it's literally vegan, then not sure. I don't think I could ever be vegan. It's a very difficult lifestyle to lead. Anyways, so this machine is hosted over at the Hackmyvm.eu website, and if you want to download this machine yourself and try to hack against it, I'll give you the link. There you go. Vladimir says, AD is a prime target for hackers, and I live with 3 vegans. Oh, is that 3? No, only 2 vegans. Okay. But yeah, I've met some vegans over the years, and they're pretty cool people. Well, okay, I shouldn't generalize vegans. Some vegans are pretty cool people. There are other vegans who are not cool people, but just because you're a vegan or some other, person with an alternative lifestyle doesn't necessarily mean you could be cool or you could not be cool. Let's just put it like that. Okay, so this machine, we're going to start it up on our virtual machine network. The first thing I want to do is I want to get our previous machine, and I want to shut it down. So before I shut it down, I should probably log off from it. So let's get out of here, and let me reset my terminals. Reset, 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 reset. Actually, I should get rid of this users.txt file. Actually, I forgot to go into the temp directory. I should probably do that as well. So the reason why I like to work inside of the temp directory when I'm working inside of Linux is because I gather a bunch of files while I do CTF exercises like this. And what I really want to happen at the end of the session is I want all the files to disappear. And they all disappear if I put them in the temp directory. So yeah, so these Hive files need to go as well. Okay, let's get started. So I'm just gonna shut down the previous machine, and I'm gonna start up the new machine. So this is a Windows, this is an Active Directory machine. Oh, I forgot to put this on the correct network. Wait, are there? Huh. This is... Oh, it failed to load. I wonder what's wrong with this machine. Hold on, I need to do some on-the-fly... debugging. So I'm trying to power up the machine, but it's giving me an error. So failed to load NV RAM store from the file. Okay, I need to look this up. Look up the error. I'm just gonna ask ChatGPT. Just a second, everybody. We're doing live debugging. So I'm trying to load a VM in VirtualBox, but the VM doesn't start, and we get this error message. The error message says, failed to load the NV RAM Store from file ver path not found. And I need to change the spelling on this. Okay, let's see what's up. Indicates that the VM's EFI NVRAM file is missing or corrupted. This file is used to store UEFI boot settings when running from an EFI-based VM. Okay, fix 1, disable EFI. Open VirtualBox, go to the affected VM and go to Settings System, go to the Motherboard tab, uncheck the box, enable EFI. Okay, let's I'm gonna go ahead and try that. Maybe it'll work. So I need to let's do troubleshooting together, everybody. So open up VirtualBox, and Adam Reynolds says, "Glad I stumbled onto you." Thank you very much for chatting in on YouTube, Adam Reynolds. Nice to see you here. And let's give you a fun redeem. How about a all the things? This is a fun little hacker rap video. It's called All the Things by Dual Core.
This one's dedicated to all the hackers. Yo.
Okay, so what I need to do is uncheck the box, enable EFI. And then click OK, and then try restarting the VM. Let's do that. Okay, trying to start up the VM now. Oh, it looks like it's working. And it says the virtual machine failed to boot. This is caused by a missing operating system and misconfigured boot order. Oh, okay. I need to power down the machine. Hold on. I think I can set up the boot order. I think I can set up the boot order inside of the boot order should be okay. So I'm gonna put hard disk boot order at the top, and then I'm gonna try restarting the virtual machine. VM Smith, hello. VM Smith has the frogs and all the OS frogs. How about some everybody? If you could put in some frogs or OS frogs in the chat, I would really appreciate that. Huh, okay. Fix 2 is create a new NVRAM file. If your VM requires EFI, you can regenerate the missing NVRAM file. I need to go over to this directory inside of my Windows. You can create a blank one. Manually specify an NVRAM file. Recreate the VM with the same disk. Create a new VM in your VirtualBox. Attach the existing virtual disk. Use the same VMs. Okay. This all seems. Thank you very much, everybody. I appreciate all the frogs in the chat. Okay, so my fix number 1 didn't work. So I guess I can. What else could we do? We could, you know what we could do? We could try another machine from our list. So I've got the Chimichurri challenge that is also an Active Directory machine, and I know that one works. So let's try the Chimichurri challenge instead. So everybody, I'm just gonna boot up that machine, and let me tell you about the Chimichurri challenge. The Chimichurri challenge. Say that 3 times fast. So it's from the hackerslabs.com website. And the hackerslabs.com, this is a real Spanish hacking platform over here. So everything's in Spanish. You can Google Translate this stuff if it helps you. And they've got a bunch of different challenges here. They've got a total of 96 different virtual machines you can hack against. And we're looking at one from Active Directory over here. So because the DC02 challenge isn't working for me right now, we're just going to switch over to the Chimichurri Challenge. Okay, so let me change out my overlays because we're not doing DC02. So AD Chimichurri. Is that how you spell it? No, that's not how you spell it. You spell it like this. Okay, let's center this thing and then let's get hacking. I've got the Chimichurri virtual machine running over here. This is a Windows Active Directory box, and let's get hacking. The first thing we need to do is we need to figure out where on the system this box exists. So we're just going to run nmap. Nmap sn for ping sweeping. This is our network. We're going to figure out which box is online. So it looks like box number 4 is our target. Box number 5 is our own system. So let's go ahead and run our initial scans. Ooh, what do we need to do? All ports. All ports and very fast. And we're going to run against number 4. Yeah, number 4. Okay. So what home? So of course this is a domain controller. Anytime you have an Active Directory network of only one machine, then the machine is going to be the domain controller, which is the machine that's in charge of the Active Directory network. I think it's called a forest. Each Active Directory group is called a forest, I think. But it's going to have its own DNS. Of course, it's going to have the SMB ports available over here, 139 and 145. It was 130. Yeah, 139 and 145. It's going to have a bunch of ports open on the 40,000 range. And it's probably going to have port 88 open as well, which is the Kerberos service, which is how Active Directory machines perform logins and access to different services. But anyways, we can start off with a little bit of SMB enumeration. Chevron says a forest is multiple domains linked with trusted connections. Okay, so a forest is multiple domains. So that's so Active Directory. So what is one group of Active Directory machines called? So Active Directory, I guess Active Directory is a grouping, I guess. Oh, domain, right. So Active Directory, a domain is a grouping of machines that are all connected by one domain controller. And a forest is multiple domains, each with their own domain controllers. Okay, but thank you very much, Chevron. All right, so we've got WinRM running on port 5985, 3269. I'm not too sure what that service is. We'll find out in just a little bit. So we should probably do some SMB enumeration since we know that SMB is open. So we can go to netexec and we can do netexec. We can do SMB and we can try to figure out if the guest account is active on the box. So the guest account for a Spanish language Windows machine is going to be invitado, and we're going to see if the guest account is enabled. Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. Oh wait, that's not the right IP address. The right IP address is number 4. Okay. Okay, so it looks like the invitado, the guest account, is active. So maybe we can get users from this guest account access. Okay, we didn't get users. Maybe we need a legitimate user to get that. Let's see if they have shares. Let's see if the guest account has access to shares. Okay, they do have access to shares. There's the netlog. There's the drogus. Drogus. Does that mean something specific in Spanish? But anyways, they have read permissions, so we could go into that. We can go into that file share and see if there's any juicy files in there. So let's go ahead and try. Let's do SMB client, and we can access the Drogus file share. Let me check with Google Translate. Drogus means drugs. Okay. But let me start up a Google Translate window just in case. Okay, so Drogus. There's no password for the guest user. Whoops. It says credentials.txt. Well, at least I think that's what it says. Let's download that. Okay, and then let's take a look at that file. Credenciales.txt. Todo es mejor en con el usuario hacker. En su escritorio están sus claves de acceso como perico. That goes straight into Google Translate. Everything is better with the hacker user. On his desktop, his access keys like a parrot. So is there a hacker user? Access keys like a parrot. When it says that the access keys are like a parrot, what does that mean? Well, I mean, we could try brute forcing the hacker users. We could try brute forcing the hacker users' SMB credentials using netexec. Let's try that. So it's going to be user hacker, and let's try brute forcing with the rocku.txt list and ignore PW decoding. Oh wait, I gave the wrong directory path. So user share word lists rocku.txt. Okay, let's see if this works. Logon failure, logon failure, logon failure. So the good news is we're not being locked out, because for some configurations of Windows machines, if you're not able to log on within a certain number of attempts, they're going to lock you out. They're going to lock out your user account. But it looks like we're not being locked out, which is good for us. But this might take a while to. This could take a while to brute force. So the other thing we need to do is we need to take a look at Nmap. So Nmap isn't done yet. Okay. So there's port 88. Port 88 is associated with Kerberos, and 389. Okay. Oh, okay, guys. I think it's done. So we've got the DNS over here. We've got Kerberos on port 88. We've got TCP. We got LDAP. All right. We've got. Oh, there's no. This is not HTTP. So this is actually WinRM over here on 5985. But this might be. Oh, this is Jenkins. Control panel for Jenkins. on 6969. Okay, so we could try accessing... Oh, 6969 is nice. We could try accessing the this HTTP service. So, is there another HTTP service? So this, I don't think this is HTTP either. Okay, let's go ahead and access the Jenkins service on 6969. So over here, let's go over to here. 6969. Okay, this is Jenkins. Well, Jenkins is this like this? I think Jenkins is some sort of CI/CD software, so it's basically deploying code in an automated way. So what else? This is Jenkins version 2.3614. Since we have a specific version of Jenkins, we could probably do some enumeration to see if this version of Jenkins is vulnerable to some sort of known software exploits. It doesn't look like it is. Okay. So another thing we should do, because we're dealing with Windows Active Directory, is we should try to figure out if it's vulnerable to any common SMB exploits. So what we're going to do is we're going to go into Nmap and we're going to run Nmap against those SMB ports. And we're going to specify some SMB vulnerabilities to scan for. So I forget how to do these all the time with Nmap. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over to the Hacktricks website. And if you don't know about Hacktricks, this is a great little website for learning about all sorts of different hacking technologies, for hacking against all sorts of different technologies, rather. And you can just go over here and you can search up whatever technology you want to hack against, and it might have something to tell you about it. So I'm just going to do SMB. SMB pen testing, okay. I'm going to look up vulnerabilities with Nmap. Here we go. So you would do this. Do Nmap with script SMB vuln, and we're just going to do all of the SMB vulns to see if it's vulnerable to any of them. Okay. It looks like could not negotiate a connection to SMB error, so we didn't find any SMB vulnerabilities. So we didn't find MS10061 or MS100454. Okay. I guess the next thing we can do is we could try to... We're going to do another netexec over here. NXE. We're going to try to figure out if this particular box is vulnerable to the zero logon vulnerability. And the zero logon vulnerability is a pretty nasty little vulnerability that lets you completely own a Active Directory domain controller if it's vulnerable. So I'm just gonna scan this box with the zero logon module. It's vulnerable. Oh, okay. Is it actually vulnerable? Huh. All right. So if this is actually vulnerable, then we can reset. We can reset the computer we can reset the computer account for the domain controller, which is this computer, and that would be really, really bad, because then we would be able to leak out all of the password hashes. Okay. I think there's a Metasploit module for zero logon. Let me go ahead and set that up. So Metasploit console. And then after we get in, I'm going to search for a zero logon module on Metasploit. Oh, you know what? What was the? I've done another box that had zero logon vulnerability as well. I think I can get the presentation from that particular machine, and then we'll talk about zero logon. Actually, you know what? I should probably confirm. Maybe we don't need to confirm that it works first. Maybe we can just talk about this. Let's go to my walkthroughs. So for walkthroughs, it would have been one of the. It would have been one of the Hackmyvm machines, I'm pretty sure. So Windows. Was it? I think it was DC01. No, it was 0. It was 0. Okay, let's talk about the zero logon vulnerability. So zero logon is a Windows exploit which allows an unauthenticated user to communicate with an Active Directory domain controller, DC, and change the domain controller's computer account's password. If we come across a Windows machine in an Active Directory environment, it's one of the first vulnerabilities we should check for. There's a convenient module on Metasploit which can be used to exploit the zero logon vulnerability. And once we have the DC computer's account's password, we can use the Impacket Secrets Dump module to get every user's password hash. Okay, so let's see if this is actually vulnerable. So we're just going to try using, we're going to search for the zero logon module here. We're going to use that one. And then we're going to show options. So these are all the settings we need to set up inside this module before we can run it. So we need to get the server's NetBIOS name. We need to get the IP address of the target. Okay, we've got ads running on Twitch right now, so we're just going to hang out for a little bit and take a little break. For everybody on YouTube, I'm going to run a YouTube ad right now. It should be skippable, but here you go. Okay, let's, in the meantime, let's run a little bird video. There's our sweet bird. Okay, there you go. I'm just going to take a little water break, just a second. So one peculiar thing about these Stellar J birds is that when they get a peanut, they'll shake the peanut around in their mouth to figure out if it's a good peanut or a bad peanut. But sometimes the birds just shake the peanuts around randomly, and I'm not sure what the heck is going on. Let's see, Leo on YouTube says, I paid for YouTube Premium so I can skip the ads. All things considered, I enjoy the birds. Yes. Well, I mean, for anybody who doesn't have to watch ads, you can watch the birds. But this is easily my favorite bird. This is the Stellar's Jay, and it's related to the Blue Jay, but it's the West Coast version as opposed to the East Coast version. So Stellar's Jays, let me pull up a couple of pictures. Stellars J. They look kind of like this. They're beautiful little birds. Anyways, let's get back to the challenge. Okay, so inside of this Metasploit module, we need to set up a couple of things before we can run the exploit. So we need to get the IP address. I think it's number 4. Leo asks, "Have you actively tried bird watching?" So I've got a little pair of binoculars. Sometimes I walk around the parks, the hiking trails, and I look for birds. Usually I try to use my Merlin app, and the Merlin app, the Merlin phone app, can be used to identify birds by their bird call, and it's actually very interesting to wander around hiking and just turn on the Merlin app to figure out what birds are around you. Most of the time, you're not going to be able to see any of these birds because they don't like being spotted by people. But it's an interesting exercise. Okay, so let's set our hosts, which is the IP address, to number 4. What is the NB name of the target? We need to figure that out. So over at nmap, we need to figure out what the net BIOS name for this machine is. So net BIOS name is Chimichurri. So we can copy this. Actually, news to me. Thanks. Oh yeah. So it's called the Merlin app. Let's look it up real quick. Merlin bird app. Yeah, it's called Merlin Bird ID. It's a free instant bird identification application. You can find it on your Google Play Store or your Apple Store, and it's a great little tool. Okay, so Chimichurri is the name of the host. We need to supply that to Metasploit. Okay, so set NB name to Chimichurri. Okay, so after we do this, we can run the exploit. So we can either type run or you can write exploit if you're feeling dramatic. Okay, so we managed to communicate with the server. Oh, wow. It worked. So it says successfully authenticated, successfully set the machine account Chimichurri's password to nothing, to an empty password. Okay, so Ken PDX says, "Wow, bird calls on your phone. Do you answer them or you let them go to voicemail?" Well, you know those birds are such chatty little guys. I usually just let them go to voicemail. I'll respond to them when I have time. Yeah, but Ken PDX, thank you for showing up on Twitch. Nice to see you here. And let's give you a fun redeem. How about a Nyan Cat to balance out the bird talk? Okay, so the machine account for Chimichurri has been set to nothing, to empty, which means we can perform this attack over here. So the attack is going to be, we can use Impacket Secrets Dump to communicate with the domain controller and then dump out all of the password hashes. So let's see if I can do this like I did the last time. So Impacket Secrets Dump. It's almost the exact same thing, but we need to change out 0/DC01. So the name of the machine is, the name of the computer account is Chimichurri $. And the NB name is Chimichurri. Okay, so Impacket Secrets Dump. If we have the credentials for the domain controller computer account, then we can dump out all of the secrets and get all of the password hashes. Password is nothing. What? The attempted logon is invalid. This is either due to bad username or authentication information. Huh. Did I? 192.168.204. That's the correct IP address. Chimichurri, the computer account's password should be blank. Yeah, I'm not too sure why it's not working right now. Let me try netexec. Okay, we don't need to do this. SMB, the user account is going to be Chimichurri. The password is going to be blank. Let's check if they have SMB access. They should. Yeah, we do have SMB access. And, well, I don't know, do we have WinRM access as well? We don't have WinRM access. So I'm not too sure why the secrets dump didn't work over here. This is Chimichurri. Leo asks, how long have you been doing this, if you don't mind me asking? I've been interested in cybersecurity for about 4 years. So I worked as a professional in cybersecurity for about half a year before I figured out I wanted to do education for cybersecurity instead. Leo says, asking as a second year CS student. So when you say CS, do you mean computer science or do you mean cybersecurity? Because most of the time when I see CS, I think computer science, but some people use CS as a to mean cybersecurity. So please let me know. This needs to be the same spelling as this. I'm pretty sure I use the same spelling. Leo says, yes, super vague with that acronym. You didn't answer the question. Is CS says computer science or cybersecurity? Huh, why does this not work? Okay, let me look up a guide. So impact secrets dump. Impact secrets dump. Domain controller computer account. Dumping domain controller hashes locally and remotely. Okay, let's take a look at this article. Okay. Leo says computer science with the cyber security engineering emphasis. Please forget. No worries. I just need to make sure when you say CS that you mean computer science. But you're asking as a second year computer science student. That's great. I think computer science is a pretty good pretty good path to get into cybersecurity if that's what you're interested in. What I would do is I would probably learn. Let me ask you, Leo. Are you trying to get into offensive cybersecurity, defensive cybersecurity, or something in between? Because there's a lot of different roles inside of cybersecurity. So, for example, Actually, you know, we love TryHackMe over here. Let's go ahead and there's a little list of jobs for cybersecurity instead of TryHackMe. Careers in cyber, right? So if you don't already know, you could try going to this particular room in TryHackMe and go ahead and read about the different roles in cybersecurity, like security analyst, security engineer, and incident responder, digital forensics examiner, malware analyst, penetration tester, red teamer, etc., etc. So the first thing you want to do when you plan to get into cybersecurity is figure out which role you'd be interested in, because they've got different, very, very different training methods, and you definitely don't want to train for something that you're not actually interested in. So please let me know what kind of emphasis or what kind of role you want to get into as far as cybersecurity is concerned. But let's get back to the article over here. So, okay, so what we want to do is use in-packet secrets dump to log in to the domain controller with credentials. Okay. Leo says, I really enjoy programming, but offensive pen testing is definitely a big ear perk for me. Please continue, don't mind. Yeah, no. If you want to get into offensive security, doing hacking against, like, you know, Windows networks or against web applications, then you probably want to aim to get like well, okay. First of all, what I would say is get into the local cybersecurity scene. So local cybersecurity, actually, whatever city you live in. I live around Vancouver, so I would type in Vancouver cybersecurity meetup, and there are a bunch of different groups that meet up, and they all talk about cybersecurity. Because Vancouver is a pretty large city, most major cities are going to have like an in-person cybersecurity meetup. There's like 2 or 3 for Vancouver, for example. So maybe not, like, you know, for Vancouver over here. Let's take a look at a couple. So I don't do this one. Vancouver Cybersecurity for Control Systems. This is a group that I do not participate in, but they're fairly active. They've got like an event coming up in February, so like next week. And another group over here, we've got Vancouver Cybersecurity Meetup Group, and I don't know this group either. But are they? It looks like they don't really do anything. But there's this one here, the OWASP Vancouver Monthly Meetup, and they do stuff monthly, and I do know these people. And I do attend these meetups, and I talk with the professionals, and it's probably the easiest way to get into cybersecurity. You start socially networking with these people, and you become their friends, and you know, eventually, if you get in good with the community, they'll be able to offer jobs to you, and that's the back door to getting into the cybersecurity industry. It's the easiest way because it's the back door, and it's what hackers do. But anyways, the other thing I would recommend to you is to get some sort of certification. And a lot of people say that OSCP is the certification to get. It's still very good for getting past people, getting past the human resources filter and getting your resume seen by people. But I think the CPTS certification from Hack the Box is probably the better way to go, because it teaches you a lot more than OSCP. So if you wanted to take a look at this, there's the link. And this teaches you more. This teaches you more than the OSCP exam or the course materials, and it's a lot cheaper than the OSCP as well, because the OSCP is something like $2,000, and the CPTS is something like 500 or 600. It's a lot less. But anyways, but another thing you could do is you could watch my videos, because I've got all sorts of videos on pen testing stuff. So over here at youtube.com at the Shy Hat, I've got a beginner's pen testing kind of path. It's some different machines over at Hack the Box. Let me Hack the Box starting point. Okay, let me get this link. This is a pretty good starter list for getting into offensive pen testing stuff. Here you go. Okay, so I was reading the article. Where were we? But if anybody has any questions about how, getting into cybersecurity, this is what I'm trying to do with my channel. Don't feel bad about interrupting the stream, because helping out the community is the primary function of the stream, and doing cybersecurity exercises is secondary. Okay, so let's see what we got. Dumping domain credentials. So it is okay. In-packet secrets dump. Just domain controller NTLM. Interesting. Offense/administrator. Okay, so yeah, I don't see why this wouldn't work. Because this is chimichurri. Maybe this should be chimichurri.thl. No, that doesn't make sense. Let me go back to nmap. Chimichurri, okay. Something tells me that it's my syntax that's incorrect. And if I fix up the syntax, I should be able to get this thing off. Host chimichurri OS. NetBIOS name. Yeah. Okay, so okay. Let's see. Secrets dump. Just DC NTLM. Maybe I should specify this as well. And we could actually omit the password here. Oh. How about like this? Remote operations failed, SMB error, this status login failure. The attempted login is invalid. Bad username or authentication information. Okay, well, I mean, this is valid. Maybe what we can do is we could try. Let's see if they can get some shares on the system first. So we've got the drugs. We've got netlogon, we've got sysvol. Let's get the other users on the system. Okay. Oh, is this the actual name of the computer? It's Chimichurrio? Not Chimichurri? That's weird. Okay, maybe this will work if we supply the name of the computer as Chimichurio. Huh. Still doesn't work. Enumerated 5 local users. So the local users we got were Hacker, Default Account, KRBTGT, Invitado, Administrator 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What is the meaning of this over here, Chimichurio? The net BIOS name is this. Something tells me I'm missing something very, very important. Okay, let's go back to the article. So it should be maybe the okay. Shiverin says maybe the computer name is Chimichurio, but the domain is Chimichurri. The computer name, right? So we should we be using the? I mean, we tried both, right? Both of these come back. Actually, wait. Did the... Why is this not going through anymore? It was asking for the password before. Hold on. Something changed. So here it asks for the password. Here it also... Oh, okay. So I did have the... Okay, we got it working. So the reason why it didn't work. The reason why it didn't work is we were using the wrong computer name. So the computer name was actually Chimichurio. As opposed to Chimichurri. So that's why it was incorrect. Okay, but we managed to get the all the password hashes over here. So all we need to do to finish off this machine is to log in as the administrator user. We've got Kerberos keys here as well. I don't think we need to use Kerberos keys. We just need to log in as the administrator user. So let's go ahead and try that. So let's go to our netexec, and we're going to check to see if these are valid credentials. So the username is administrator, and administrador because it's Spanish, and the password hash is this one. Okay. So if this works, then we are pretty close to finished. Okay, and let's figure out if they have WinRM access. Looks like I need to ban somebody on kick. Okay, so we're done. We managed to get the valid credentials for the administrator user, and they're also able to log in with WinRM. So we're going to use evil WinRM as the administrator with a certain hash. Let's go ahead and do that. So this pretty much mirrors exactly what we did in the demonstration exercise that we did. Oops, that's not the right IP address. It should be number 4. And the username should be administrador because it's Spanish. So this isn't going to work. Let's change the T to a D. And this should work now. Okay, we're in. Who am I? We are Chimichurio, administrador. Shiverin says, maybe I missed it. Did you ever figure out what the TXT note about the hacker account meant? Not sure. But the note said... Let me get out of here. The note says... Todo es mejor en con la usuario hacker. En su escritorio están sus claves de acceso como perico. So, I'm not sure what this has to do. We tried brute forcing the password, but the translation for this in English is... Everything is better with the hacker user. On his desktop are his access keys like a parrot. On his desktop. Okay. So I guess the this is where we find the user key, where the user flag. Yeah, I think so. I think this is just pointing us to where the user flag is. So let's go ahead and do that. So C, whoops, where are we? Netexec. C users hacker desktop. Yeah. Perico. Well, I don't know what this is. Let's Perico means parrot? Hacker Perico 69. Perico 69, nice. I wonder if this is in any kind of password. That could be the hint. Not sure. Shiverin says, I mean, you got the admin without it, so I wondered if it was a diversion or maybe a step that you were able to bypass. Not well. I mean, this box was vulnerable to zero login. That has to be intentional, because zero login was pretty well known. Unless this challenge was made like 2 or 3 years ago. Parakeet, right? Okay. His access key's like a parrot. Parrot 69. Why would you do 69 with the well, anyways, there's an ad running on Twitch right now, so we're gonna take a little break. For everybody on YouTube, here's an ad so that we don't have ads coming up randomly. And let's watch some birds. Here you go. Oops. This. How do you full screen it? Ah, like this, okay. Anyways, I'm going to take a little water break. Just a second. Leo says, bring out the birds, brother. Yep, that's what we're doing. So I put out a bunch of different seeds and nuts and stuff so the birds can have a little feast. So the funny thing about this mix of nuts is that I could probably eat this and it would probably be just like some trail mix. But you know what? If the birds appreciate it more than I do, then the birds can have it. Let's put the birds away and let us continue. But yeah, it seems like we just kind of missed. It could be like an unintended path, but I'm not sure. But these, I'm gonna check if these are valid paths. These are valid credentials. So over on netexec, let's check here. So SMB, this address, it's the hacker user. Oh, wait. Okay, so let's see if these are valid credentials. So these are valid credentials for the hacker user. Let's see if the hacker user has WinRM access. Okay, they do have WinRM access as the so the hacker user does have WinRM access, but I wonder where we would get this password from. Like, I wonder if this exists in some sort of password list. I could actually try searching for it. Find, actually grep. Grep R in the entire file system for this pattern. This could take a while. Wait. So I just want to figure out if this password is on any password lists on Kali Linux. So just a second while I run this this grep over here. So basically, we finished the exercise. We have access as the administrator of the user. So if we type in our groups, we see that we're part of the administradores group, which is administrators in Spanish. We can go into the administrator directory. Spell that. Administrador. And we have access to the desktop where the flag is. So this is the root.txt flag that gets us the final win for the scenario. Of course, we don't read that file. Instead, we redirect it to irid root.txt. And because we have both of these files, we've essentially finished the exercise. Okay, so how did we do it? So we managed to the first thing, well, this isn't the first thing we did, but the way we got in is by taking advantage of the zero logon vulnerability. So this is something you have to check for every time you're hacking against an Active Directory environment, because you don't need any valid credentials to perform this check. And if this vulnerability exists on the domain controller, it's basically game over for the entire Active Directory network, because you're going to be able to get the domain controller's computer account credentials. So this is how we got in. This is also privilege escalation, because we used secrets dump to dump out all the password hashes for all the users on the Active Directory network. Sorry, the Active Directory domain, and then that was game over. Alright, so we've got a bit of time left. We got about an hour left of stream, so what we're going to do is we're going to move on to some more challenges. So there's a certain site that I like to use, which is called... what is it called? It is called dockerlabs.es. So this is a website where you can download vulnerable Docker containers and then do some hacking against them. So we were currently working on the easy level challenges, and once again, this is a Spanish language hacking website. For some reason, I really love Spanish language hacking websites. But let's get on with the next challenge. So the next challenge is going to be called this Busca Love Challenge. I don't know what Busca means. It might mean something special to Spanish speakers. Let's Let's look it up. Busca? Busca seeks or hunt. Hunt lovers? Search lovers. Okay, maybe. Maybe that's what it means. We're going to download the challenge and we're going to start doing some hacking against this Docker container. And this is going to be Linux. Find love. Find love. Okay. Search for love. Hunt for love. Find love. Great. Leo, are you a Spanish speaker as well? Please let us know. So we're going to download the vulnerable Docker container. And then we're going to deploy it on our machine, and then we can hack against it. Busca love. Okay. So the great thing about this challenge is that it's not a Windows challenge. We've done all this Windows stuff, and we can finally do a Linux challenge now. So let me start by clearing away all of my stuff over here. Leo says, yes sir, born in Cuba, raised in Florida. That seems to be a very popular combo. Whoops. Let's get out of here. Okay. Let's see. Cyber Dante says, yay, 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 my bug got triaged. I got my first bug accepted by a bug bounty program. Now we wait to see if they reward. Congratulations, Cybernerd Dante. To anybody who doesn't know, Cybernerd Dante is a bug bounty hunter. I don't know if you want to advertise that or not, Cybernerd Dante. If not, let me know and then I will stop advertising that. But yeah, looks like they got their first bug accepted. That's great. Cybernerd Dante, would you mind letting us know which bug bounty platform you're with? Are you with HackerOne, or are you with some other bug bounty platform? Okay, let's go to the downloads directory so we can start the challenge. Okay, so unzip. So we were previously doing the Vendetta challenge. It was, oh sorry, we need to remove this. Leo says, yep, yes indeed, okay. Let's see, Vladimir says, good job Dante, that's awesome. No problem, I'm not a good bug bounty hunter, but I find stuff sometimes. Thanks for your support. I hunt on both HackerOne and BugCrowd. They both have a lot of programs to hack on. Yeah, I'm sure you get a lot of practice. Are you specialized, Cybernerd Dante? Are you only looking for certain types of vulnerabilities? Or are you just basically looking for everything inside the app? But if any of this information is private, let me know and I will not ask anymore. Okay, so we need to get rid of this auto deploy script. Then we need to unzip this Buscalove thing. Okay. Simon Dante says, I specialize in client-side hacking, mainly blind XSS lately. Awesome. Yeah, XSS, I went out of my way to learn about cross-site scripting quite a bit for a while, a couple of years ago. I don't think I remember anything about cross-site scripting anymore. But congrats on finding the on getting the bug accepted. Hopefully you can get some decent money out of it. All right. So next we're going to make this script executable and then run the script with buscalove.tar. Okay. So we're running the we've deployed this vulnerable Docker container. In Spanish it says Estamos desplegando la máquina vulnerable. Espere un momento. Please wait a moment. Estamos. I'm not sure what estamos means, but desplegado is deploying the vulnerable machine. Oh, estamos means currently, right? Estamos is now or currently doing something. Anyways, we've got the Docker container running right now. It's on this IP address. Let's go ahead and run an nmap scan. Estamos means we are. We are. Okay, okay, that's great. We are. I thought it was currently. Anyways, this is why I need to learn more Spanish. Okay, let's run nmap against this IP address, and let's run it with all of the bells and whistles. Okay, we've got a port 22 and a port 80. This is a very typical combo. So port 80 is the web port, and port 22 is the SSH port. I imagine it is actually currently. Google translates very literally. We are. Okay. Estamos, we are. Okay, so we got port 80. So what we want to do is we want to do some web enumeration. So let's do some web enumeration. We can run derb to figure out if there are common endpoints on the target. So there's index.html, and oh, there's WordPress. There's WordPress. All right. So we're gonna investigate this WordPress. Tim the Wise One has followed on Twitch. Thank you very much for following on Twitch, Tim the Wise One. Why don't you have a Hack the Planet? We haven't done that in the last 20 minutes, so why not?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it!
Thank you very much. Okay, so we're going to be testing out the WordPress installation, if this is legitimate. But first of all, let's run a couple of other web app enumeration tools, such as Nikto. So Nikto is an older tool, of course. Well, to people who know, Nikto is a pretty old tool, but it works on servers that run old software. Didn't find anything. Okay, that's fine. I think what we're looking for is going to be at this WordPress endpoint over here. Let's go ahead and navigate there in our web browser. Okay, mi página web, my web page. Aquí puedes poner información sobre ti, tu sitio web. Anyways, I'm gonna put this into Google Translate because I can't translate all that. Okay, my website about me. Here you can put information about yourself, your website, or whatever you want with visitors. Example of a main content paragraph. Another example paragraph, sidebar, link 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay, so let's go back. Link 1, 2, 3. So this makes me think that there is a. This makes me think that there is some sort of local file inclusion vulnerability on this page, but I can't be completely sure. Another thing that we should do, because this is a WordPress installation, and WordPress is a very well documented web application as far as exploitation is concerned. So if you were to go to, let's say you were to go to Hacktricks, and Hacktricks is a website. This is basically a hacking Bible. So if you're interested in learning more about hacking, you can go to Hacktricks, book.hacktricks.xyz, and you can search for any technology you want to be hacking against. For example, I can type in WordPress, and it'll tell me all about how to hack against the WordPress application. So basically, hacking WordPress comes down to using a couple of well-known tools. So WP scan is one of them. So let's see, WP scan over here. So we could, I guess we could look for this is the IP address, right? Yeah, it's this IP address. We could look for vulnerable plugins like this. No, I don't want to update. Oh wait, I need to point it at the WordPress installation. The WordPress installation is at /WordPress. Okay. Unable to identify the WP content directory. Please supply it with WP content directory. Huh. Could it be that this is not actually WordPress? No. Okay. So we are standing against a WordPress installation here. Okay, so we've got interesting findings, headers, WP cron, enumerating most popular plugins. Wasn't able to find any plugins. Okay, so let's just run it, and we can try getting some users. So if we can get users from WP scan, we might be able to do some brute forcing. So no users found. Leo asks, can you share with me how you almost got the hint it was related to WordPress? Yeah, so we used our web enumeration tools. So we used Derb, and Derb is a very easy web app directory busting tool. We can just point it at an HTTP page, and then it's going to look for some common endpoints. So I was able to find this WordPress directory over here, and so that tells me that the web application is using WordPress, and WordPress is a content management system. It's basically blog software, and you can use it to set up a blog website. And it's very famously vulnerable to all sorts of software exploits, especially because it uses the PHP language, and PHP is kind of well known as an insecure language. But I hope that answers your question. If it doesn't, let us know more specifically what you want answered about WordPress. Where were we? Here. Okay. So we weren't able to find any users either. That's weird. But back at the website. Huh. There's a comment in here as well. I need to translate the comment to see if there's anything interesting in here. The development of this website is in a very green phase. I leave you here the open window with lots of love for the curious who like to read. What? Okay. What can we do with this information? So the name of the challenge is Find Love, Busca Love. So that might have something to do with this challenge here. So these are Okay, so anytime we see a PHP page, we could potentially scan it for local file inclusion with certain parameters, certain URL parameters. And what we would do is we would find an appropriate brute forcing parameter list, and we would use a tool like FFUF. So how about this address over here? Huh. That didn't, Wait a minute. I forgot to put the HTTP in the front. This is very important. Okay, so Ethical Ajax says use DeepL for translating. It does a better job. DeepL. Let me... I've never heard of that site before. It's called DeepL Translation. DeepL Machine Translation. Okay. Let's see if this gives a different translation for this note. Why can't I just go to the translation? Okay, so this translation is the same as the Google Translate one. Yeah, okay. But thank you for the suggestion, Ethical Ajax. I've never heard of DeepL before. I might use it in situations where Google Translate doesn't seem to be doing the job correctly. Okay, so we need to filter for a specific size. So the size we want to filter on is 1048, because that's what all these other ones there returning. Okay, so we didn't manage to find local file inclusion. So I guess what we can do from here is we can continue. Leo says Google Translate does a very literal job of translating, as Dante mentioned. Translations are always going to be open to interpretation. Context goes a long way in the Spanish dialect. I'm sure, well, I mean, Spanish, there's a lot of different Spanish being spoken by different groups of people from different countries. So I'm sure Honduran Spanish, Cuban Spanish, Mexican Spanish, Spanish, and like every other country that speaks Spanish, they all have their different slang words and turns of phrase that are not going to be translated accurately when you're putting them through, like Google Translate, unless you specify that it's Spanish from a specific country. I don't think you can, or can you? So if we do English to... They only have one Spanish. Yeah. So you can't necessarily specify Mexican Spanish or, like, you know, Cuban Spanish. That's kind of although it does differentiate between Portuguese in Brazil and Portugal. Weird. Okay. Let's go ahead and... What were we doing? We were running... not in packet. Web enumeration. Yeah, WP scan. So let's just try WP scan with... let's try getting everything. So over here, WP scan. Let's try this alphabet soup over here and see if it gets us anything better. Okay, so interesting findings. This Apache server, probably not good. Probably not, very interesting. The site seems to be a multi-site. Multi-site. Direct access. What does it mean by multi-site? Does that mean there are 2 WordPress sites on here? The external WP cron seems to be enabled. Okay. WordPress version cannot be detected. The main theme cannot be detected. No plugins found. Okay. Let's go ahead and figure out what this multi-site stuff means. Let's look this up. Multi. Where's multi-site? Here we go. This is a feature in WordPress 3 that allowed multiple virtual sites to share a single WordPress installation. When the multi-site feature is activated, the original WordPress site can be converted to support a network of sites. Multi-site. I wonder if there's anything in the Hacktricks article about multi-sites. Nope, doesn't say anything about multi-sites. Okay. So they're doing aggressive themes over here. It's going to take a little while. Actually, another 20 seconds doesn't sound like a lot. But in the meantime, what should we check out? I think we're about done. Okay. So no users found. Oh, we got ads again. Okay. So everybody, while the ads are running, let me, so while the Twitch ads are running, I'm going to run a little ad on YouTube as well, just so it is all synced up. So here you go. Cyberner Dante says, gotta go early. I'll see you on the Friday stream or whenever the next one is. Have a good night, everybody. Alright, see you, Cyber Nerd Dante. Frog. And then redeem, hack the planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Shut up and get in.
Okay, so let's bring on the birds. Here you go. Oh, nope, it's not a bird. That's a squirrel. Gonna have a little drink, just a second. Okay, so the ads are ending in just a second. So let's take away the birds, enjoying their peanuts and sunflower seeds. Let's get on with this hack. Okay, so what do we have? Found by attachment brute forcing. Attachment brute forcing. Why are there so many attachments? And what do these attachments indicate? Let's try one of these. Vladimir Volkov says, half Blue Jay, half Stellar Jay. That wasn't half blue jay, half stellar jay. What that was that was a juvenile. That was a juvenile stellar jay. So that was the hatchling. Their plumage is a little bit different from adults. Okay, let's go ahead and try out these attachments. Attachment ID 3. What else did we find? Attachment ID 7. So maybe attachment ID is a valid URL parameter, in which case we're going to try our local file inclusion exploit again. Nope, that doesn't work. Huh. So if we know that attachment ID is a valid URL parameter, then we could try an FFUF attack again. So to do some brute forcing. So FFUF. Shooter says, I thought you were going offline and yet after 1 hour. So I said that about half an hour, about 30 minutes ago. So I should be getting off in about 30 minutes. So hopefully I'm going to be able to solve another CTF challenge in that time. But we'll see. So attachment ID equals fuzz. We need to supply a word list with this brute force attack. I've got, man, my throat hurts a little bit. I need to have a little more water. Just a second. Harrison OG says, just hopped on stream. What box is this? This is the, let's see, we're doing Docker Labs, and this is the Buskalov box. So if you want to, I don't think you can search on here. Actually, maybe we can. Buskalov. So just just go to this website and search for Buska. Docker Labs free, never used it. Okay, so Docker Labs these are all vulnerable Docker containers. So all you need to do is you don't need to pay anything. You don't even need to make an account. All you need to do is select the difficulty that you want to hack against. So there's muy fácil, fácil, medio, and difícil, which is difficult. And download the machines over here and deploy them to your Kali Linux machine. So, for example, if you're using a Kali Linux machine to hack, you would just you need to install Docker on your Kali Linux machine first. But after that, it's pretty easy to deploy these machines. Leo says, it was a pleasure sitting with you. Thank you for all these resources. I'll be present for your next scene. I've subbed with notifications. Good night. Thank you very much, Leo. And good luck with your computer science. Your Spanish is in great shape. It's getting better and better every day. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias. And see you next time, Leo. Have a hack the planet before you go.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Okay, so we want to make a number, a series of numbers from 0 to 99, say. Let's, how would you do that in... I think it's sequence, right? sequence. Right. So we're going to go from 0 to... Let's do 0 to 200. And we're going to call this 0 to 200.txt. Harrison OG asks, you okay to catch me up on what this machine is so far in the ports that you found? Yeah, so let's talk a little bit about it. So on this port, there's only ports 80 and 22 open. So we checked out what was on port 22, and what's on port 22 is a WordPress installation. So we did all sorts of scanning with the the WP scan tool. And on this other page, it's just a Debian default page. So there are no clues over here. And we're currently trying to figure out if there's some sort of local file inclusion or some sort of special content here. So we're just going to use FFUF to do a bit of fuzzing, and we're going to filter on size 2048. Filter on size 2048. And it wasn't able to find anything. That's unfortunate. Harrison OG says, WordPress is always a fun one. Had a box recently which could do user enum on WP login and then brute force with rocku list once egot user. Yeah, so let's see what else WP Scan found over here. Where'd I run it? So no Tim Thumbs, no. We found all of these attachments. So what are attachments? WordPress attachments. Thank you very much for following Poopiest Main. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. You are now HackerFrog. And why don't you have a Nan Cat on me? Okay, let's try taking a look at these attachment IDs. Do they mean anything? This is attachment ID equals. Oh, okay. This is reflected. What are WordPress attachment IDs? WordPress attachment IDs. You can find WordPress attachment IDs in the URL of the attachment page or by clicking on the title. Let me just ask the AI. What are WordPress attachment IDs? How can they be used for exploitation of a WordPress installation in a CTF context? Thank you very much. Unique numeric identifiers attached to media files uploaded to the media library. They are stored as posted IDs in the WordPress database, where post type equals attachment. Example URLs using attachment IDs. So the direct file is this, and the attachment ID is this. Oh, okay, okay. So attackers can enumerate attachment IDs to find uploaded files. Okay, so I guess what we need to do is we need to make a larger number list. Okay, okay. What we're gonna do is we're gonna make an even bigger list. So sequence 0 to 1,000. Let's just do 2,000 just for fun. 0 to 2,000. Okay, that's 2,000 numbers, and we're going to feed this into WordPress into FFUF one more time. Huh, didn't find anything. Do I need to go to 10,000? That's a bit excessive, but let's do 10,000. Okay, and let's try in WordPress. Okay, so Harrison, are any requests being made when viewing these? Tried using the network tab in Firefox or using burp to see. Silent Rag says, what was that line you find above? I've left a window open for you. Yeah, I'd love. Maybe there's some sort of clue there. Yeah, we can take a look at that note again. Any requests being made when you're viewing these? Tried checking the network tab in Firefox or using burp to see. I think what we should do is we should probably look in Burp Suite to see if there's anything funny going on there. The note that we were talking about was over here in the comments. So it was something about people who love to read. Oh, English. The development of this web is in a very green phase. I leave here the window open with much love for the curious who like to read. So open window. So when they say open window, what is that? What does that mean? Ayanashi, hello, nice to see you here. We're just doing a, have we tried vhost fuzzing? No, we haven't tried vhost fuzzing. I haven't found it. Thank you very much for the Nyancat. But yeah, I haven't tried vhost fuzzing. Let's try opening up burp. So let's do Burp Suite. And then we're gonna open up the Burp Suite browser and start doing some enumeration. Burp Suite. Here we go. Okay, so from here we need to go to proxy open browser, and then we need to access the website from the browser. So it's going to be 1802 WordPress index.h.php. Okay. So from here we need to do the actually, after this we don't need the browser anymore. We can go to the HTTP history, and then we can go here and send this to the repeater. Okay, I think it's time for It's time for some FTL. I love FTL. Here we go. Okay. Ian actually says, is Skyrim OST? No, that wasn't Skyrim. That was Mass Effect. Mass Effect 2, actually. Okay, so we've got the, let's see, we sent this to the repeater, and we can send this, and in response we get this. We can try sending the, what was it? Skyrim OST. You know what? Maybe we can get the Skyrim OST next time. But thank you for the suggestion. Okay, so just... So before we go too much further into this attachment stuff, let's... Oh, wait. I think I need to do the FFUF again. Just because the syntax was a little bit off. That doesn't work. Okay. Yeah, definitely put up some Skyrim OST next time. Yeah. I'll definitely do that next time. Especially when you're here, Ayanashi. Thank you. Okay, so Burp Suite. Let's try attachment ID. Where's the endpoint? Here. That would be attachment underscore ID equals 1. So what were the attachment IDs that we identified? So it's ID 19, 20, 21. So there's ID 100. That doesn't tell us what these actually are, though. It's strange. Can't miss your streams, Nyan. Thank you. Thank you very much. Ayanashi. Yeah. Where are we? Okay, let's try attachment ID 100. This is the same thing. This is exactly the same thing. Silent Rag says, did you examine the contents of the CSS file? And Sinbleed asks, my research got accepted in Linux kernel most advanced solution to break data breaches over 17 within kernel. Harrison OG says, yeah, the parameter doesn't do anything. Okay, so let's take a look at the CSS file. So the style.css, usually not anything we need to pay attention to, but let's take a look here. So it says file not found. So style CSS does not exist on the server. Don't know why we tried to get it, but there you go. If no file inclusion or IDOR found within 2000 numbers list, then it's probably not working. So this is a 404, that's a 404, it's a 200. Have you manually fuzzed what directories there are on the site? I think I should do that. So I didn't do that before because I was relying on the WP scan tool, but maybe I should do some manual web enumeration. So let's do GoBuster. Let's try GoBuster this thing. Okay, so we should look inside the WordPress directory specifically. Okay, so we've got index.php. Harrison OG says, FerrixBuster is a nice tool for the future if you haven't used it. It recursively carries on checking files which can save and restore the scanning state. FerrixBuster, right. I think other people have suggested dir search as well. Dir search? I've seen other people use dir search as well. I'm not too sure what the difference is, what the big difference is between GoBuster and dir search and FerrixBuster are, but I could probably do a little comparison over here. What are the differences between the web enumeration tools? GoBuster, FerrixBuster, and dir search. Okay, these tools are commonly used for directory and search enumeration web applications. They have strengths and features. Let's see, Go, Rust, and Python. Fast, extremely fast. Fast but Python-based, slower than Rust and Go. So this is the slowest one, dir search. Multi-threading. Okay, recursion. Okay. So these are both recursive. Wildcard detection, proxy support, wordless customization, extensions, agent customization. So it sounds like GoBuster is not great compared to FerrixBuster and dir search. But yeah, I'm very used to using GoBuster. I might need to investigate using something like dir search or FerrixBuster as well, just so I don't get left behind. But where are we? Okay, so we didn't find anything. We didn't find anything with GoBuster. JS, PHP, HTML, zip back, zip back, txt. Yeah, it didn't find anything. Weird. And as she says, I use FFuzz and XeroxBuster and sometimes Derb for QuickieNum. Have you tried not the WordPress? Let's try not the WordPress. That's a good idea. Okay, so we're just going to leave this running for a little bit. The default directory, right? There's probably I'm not gonna speculate on what I'm probably gonna find, but let's go ahead and take a look here. I'm pretty sure we should be able to find something from WP-Scan, but sometimes WP-Scan doesn't tell you anything. Let's go up to the top. No database exports found. Enumerating media. Nothing found. Media identified. So this is all counted as media for some reason. No backups found, no themes found, no plugins found. No users found. WordPress version could not be found. This seems to be multi-site. So if it's a multi-site, how can we check for that? If you're working with WordPress, let's use WP-Scan. Yes, we use WP-Scan. Let's see what happened with the GoBuster. So GoBuster hasn't found anything yet. Only index.html. Check the domain or some redirect. So we're not too sure what the domain might be in this case. There are no redirects here. The only redirect is for WordPress. And the redirect for WordPress goes to index.php. Chevron is trying to say something. Not too sure. You have to call it a night. Thanks. Oh, thank you very much, Chevron, and thank you for all the knowledge. I didn't know about the MTLM password hashes, but thank you very much for setting me straight on that. Let's give you a Hack the Planet to see you out. Thank you very much, Chevron. We'll see you next time.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and
Ian actually asks, are there results from Nikto or Uniscan? So we tried Nikto. Actually, did we try Nikto? Let me try that real quick. Nikto. I don't think we were able to find anything with Nikto. Yeah, it wasn't able to really find anything. Okay, so we should go back to... We should go back to the name of the challenge. And the name of the challenge is Buska Love, which is find or search love. So how are we going to search for love? Hey, it's almost Valentine's Day. It's very appropriate. Weren't able to find anything using GoBuster. What? What? Yeah, weren't able to find anything. Ads on Twitch. Okay, we got ads on Twitch. So we're going to run an ad on YouTube as well, just so everybody is on the same page. Here you go. And we will play some bird videos. How about this one? And I'm going to have a sip of water. Ads, yeah, there are ads happening right now. So let's go ahead and take a little break. I'll be back in about 30 seconds. Harrison OG says, tried manually fuzzing the WordPress directory with the WordPress word list. You know, that sounds like a good idea. Maybe I should try that. So the WordPress word list. Let's put the birds away. This is a pretty good video. The birds are coming in fast and furious, but let's put them away. Not sure if there's one in sec lists. Okay, so locate sec list grep WordPress. So trickiest CMS wordlistfuzz.txt. Let's read this and see what's inside. Okay. Yeah. All right. So we can use this list along with GoBuster. Where are we? Where's our GoBuster? Yeah, here we go. So we'll use this word list for fuzzing WordPress. Huh, didn't find anything. Wait. Maybe we'll just try... Let's just try this. Nope, didn't find anything. That is really weird. It wasn't able to find any of these endpoints. So there's WP includes, wasn't able to find any of these. It wasn't able to find WP content or WP admin. Yeah, that's, man, I don't know. Doesn't look like it's going to be related to WordPress. Yeah, maybe not. But is this, man, maybe it is local file inclusion or something, and I just don't know. I mean, this doesn't work. Reading etc. password like this doesn't work. You can try double escaping the URL encoding for file inclusion. Double escaping and URL encoding. Okay, so that means we would go here, encode that, and then put it in the right here. Or double encode. Okay, so that was with the double slashes. You do it like this. I think that looks right. No. It says search love or find love. There's no find function in any of these endpoints. You know what? Maybe we... Where was... Okay, so burp suido's over here. So this is the index get and response. Let's go to the repeater. There's nothing strange in the headers. So host accept user agent. Divis Modernes Leben says, try fuzzing the parameter. This doesn't look like WordPress, just a custom PHP page. What's the response header type curl -- head URL? Probably just Apache. So this is, I'm pretty sure this is an Apache web server. So the response is like this, Apache, yeah, this is an Apache server. I'm pretty sure that's not a vulnerable version of Apache. They've got an href to style.css, but it doesn't exist. They got this little note. Well, actually, Mipagina Web, is this some sort of known software? No, it's not. XJ3R says, hey, what box are you doing? Okay, so we're doing Docker Labs, and Docker Labs is a little website where you can deploy Docker containers and hack against them. And we're currently doing the Busca Love box over here. If you want to link to the site, here you go. But yeah, I have no idea. Buska Love. You know, could it be that it's just Buska Love and Love is the name of the user and we're supposed to brute force their and we're just supposed to brute force their credentials? In which case we would use something like Hydra. Let's see. Let's look for Love and use Hydra to brute force it. If this works, it's really testing if password authentication is supported by SSH. I mean, that would be really lame, but you know, sometimes you'll take the W where you can get it. Weren't able to find anything here. Find Love, Buska Love. Dir search. WP scan didn't find anything. External WP cron seems to be enabled. Oh wait, so we were able to... This page exists. This page exists? Try Love. Oh, try Love as a parameter. Maybe. Okay, okay. Yeah, you know what? That sounds like it could work. Right? Okay, let's try looking for Love. Love equals... Okay, and then let's try our usual local file inclusion. Harrison, you got it, you got it. You got it. Okay, so... Alright, so I think we can finish. We can finish within a few minutes, probably. The privilege escalation on these systems is usually not very complicated. Who do we have? Pedro. We've got Pedro. Pedro and Rosa. We've got Pedro and Rosa. Those are two users. Actually, let's look at this in source. Okay. So Pedro and Rosa are the two users. Let's see if we can read their SSH keys. So home Pedro .ssh ID RSA. So that doesn't exist. How about Rosa? Okay, so Pedro and Rosa. Pedro and Rosa. So we can do some, hold on. Let's do ncrack. So I like ncrack better than Hydra for SSH brute forcing. Pedro, Rosa. Crack. Oh gosh, what is the syntax? Ncrack SSH cheat sheet. Okay, so SSH. Here we go. Brute force. Here we go. ncrack.u users.txt password. So let's try RawQ. Okay, so we're going to do port 22 and okay, so invalid target host specifies. So the reason why I'm using ncrack to brute force against SSH and not Hydra is because Hydra goes through the entire list with one user before going through the entire list with the other user. Ncrack does one user with the password and then the other user with the password. So it alternates between the users, and that's why I prefer ncrack over Hydra when doing SSH brute force. So we're just going to leave this running right now. What else could we try reading on the system with local file inclusion? Can you change the threads on ncrack? Never heard of it. Oh yeah, right. We should change the threads on ncrack. Yeah. I think we can do... I think 5 threads is the fastest. So ncrack is it's a very old cracking program, but it was created by the same people who did nmap, I think. That's why it's all called ncrack, to go along with the naming scheme. Ncrack, nmap, and something else. Ncrack is deprecated, yeah. But if it gets the job done, it gets the job done, even if it's... netexec. Does netexec do SSH? Fair enough, Over ever used Hydra for brute forcing like SSH. Hydra, yeah. But ncrack does alternating between users when you've got a list of users. That's why I use ncrack, because Hydra does every combination with the first user and then every combination with the second user, and that's no good sometimes. Netexec SSH protocol password spraying, but you know what? If thank you very much for the link, NJ3R. Let me know how to pronounce your username. Check if you can access etc shadow. That's a possibility. Yeah. If it's misconfigured, then we could access the etc shadow file. Nope, not this time. Let me check one more time if we can access the home pedro.ssh.id RSA. Okay, so there's no ID RSA for Pedro, and maybe there's no ID RSA for Rosa. There are WordPress configuration files, right? So where's the location of the WordPress configuration file? Let me try asking. If where is the WordPress configuration file on a typical Apache web server running Linux? Okay, so wp-config.php. So we could try reading this. Hold on. Here. Okay, can't read that file. IDED. IDED. There are also. I'm not too sure. What is IDED? Let me know what that is. So can't read this. How about we try reading index.php? Well, no, actually index.php is not going to give us anything because this is the PHP. We're not going to be able to see the PHP code. Another type of SSH key that can exist. What directory would that be in? Let me know what directory you'd find that in. Nice to see you brute forcing and enumerating at the same time. Good to always have something running in the background. Same directory. Oh, okay. So we would do home Rosa, but we would do ID, what is it? ID ED 255 9 for Rosa? No. For Pedro? No. Yeah, I think there were only 2 users. Maybe I should check one more time. Whoops. Let's make that smaller. It's 25519. 255 ED 25519. Okay, there's a Pedro, there's a Rosa, and there's an Ubuntu. There's an Ubuntu. Okay, maybe we should. Okay, we should check Ubuntu's directory as well, and maybe just for fun we should try root. Okay, let's Ubuntu. Is that spelled no? Okay, home Ubuntu. .ssh ID RSA. No, nothing. De nada. Oh no. I misspelled Ubuntu. Still nothing. Okay. You know what that means? That means we need to update our users.txt file. And put Ubuntu in here as well. Let's see. So let's try this this other key, ID ED 25519. Let's go ahead and try this. ID ED 25519. That's also in the SSH directory. Negative for Ubuntu. Negative for Rosa. Negative for Pedro. That was worth it. It was worth a shot. Okay, so we could also do. We could do some local file inclusion brute forcing. Ncrack is still doing its thing over here. I gotta make sure that it's running properly. I should probably run this in verbose mode. verbose. Harrison says, not much standard info or config files to go off of. I imagine brute forcing should work, but not sure. Well, there's a couple of lists, right? So let's look at LFI. Inclusion. Some fuzzing lists as well, yeah. Okay. Yeah, we could probably do some FFUF. Let's look up SSH. We can specify SSH in front of the IP address. Common files are something different, right? It shouldn't be this hard. It's an easy box. Anyways, let's locate that LFI fuzzing list. So sec lists. Okay, we've got this one from JHaddix. Okay, good enough. Good enough. Let's copy this. Call this one lfi.txt. And then we can do FFUF. Okay, so we're getting stuff. What? Apache2.conf. This could be good. Let's try checking this out. Where are we? Here. Apache 2 configuration. Nope, doesn't look good. fstab host deny, etc. hosts. It would be really weird if there's some sort of weird vhost stuff that we have to do from here. But let's check out the host file, just in case there's something weird in there. Okay, so there's nothing in the host file. That makes me feel better. Host.allow, etc. hosts, etc. password, etc. password. All of this etc. password. SSH deconfig. This could be good. There might be some interesting information in here. Okay. host key, RSA key, this other key. Right, right. So this is what XJ3R was talking about. So we could look for this key as well. What else do we have here? SSH authorized keys, .ssh authorized keys. Great. Don't read the user's rhosts. Disable tunneled clear text passwords. Kerberos stuff. Okay, so let's try all of the users. Home, let's say home Ubuntu .ssh, and then this key file. So not this key file with Ubuntu. What about Rosa? And what about Pedro? How's my Ncrack is still working away? Hasn't found anything. What does this note say again? The development of this web is in very green phase. I leave here the window open for much love for the curious who like to read. So this is talking about the LFI vulnerability, of course. Let me just... Okay, suppose there is a web server with LFI vulnerability, and we suspect that we can read some user's SSH key. There's no key at home username .ssh .id RSA, but what are some other names the key could have? Okay, so ID RSA, ID EC, okay, we can try all of these. There's always LFI to RCE using PHP shellcode, but that would usually be on medium boxes or higher, so I doubt that. Ads are running right now on Twitch. Okay, let's so everybody on YouTube, I'll play an ad now, and then that'll keep us all caught up. And let's also play the birdbath video. Here you go. Time for a little drink. Time for coffee, huh? Okay. So Harrison says, sorry, yeah, utilizing PHP proxy chains can sometimes lead to do LFI to RCE, but usually on medium or higher boxes. Yeah. It's probably not going to be that complicated. But let's try this list of different keys. So it might be one of these. Let's go ahead and make a list. It was brute force. It was brute force all along. Okay, so it's Rosa and Lovebug. Okay, let's finish this box. SSH Rosa at 172.18.02. Oh, I need to SSH. There have been too many of these Docker boxes with the same IP address, so I need to flush the SSH every once in a while. So it's love bug. Okay, I'm on. So with no bin ls and cat. So ls and cat. So we can run ls and cat as okay, so sudo ls, the root directory, secret.txt, sudo cat root secret.txt. Okay. So definitely some sudo privs. Yeah. Okay, so this is probably some sort of hex to ASCII. So let's just look up hex to ASCII. Hex to ASCII. Convert. Is this base 64? This might be base 64. Okay, so this is probably the root user's password. No, it's not the root user's password. ASCII is with an SH sound, not the SKI sound. ASCII? Try Cyber Chef maybe. Okay. I'll try this with Cyber Chef. Wait, you know what? Hold on. Sudo lsla root. There's a .ssh directory in here. Hold on. Maybe we can steal the root user's SSH key. Sudo lsla root .ssh. But there's nothing in here. Okay. It's Ashy. Hold on. It's Ashy. I don't know if that's what normal people use to pronounce that word. Anyways, let's wait, we can read the shadow file. Right? So sudo cat etc shadow. Okay, so we can try a a cracking attack. So shadow.txt, and then we can get the Etsy password. Where is the shell? Is it here? Yeah. Cat. Curious in your cracking tool now that are you Hashcat or John? I think whichever one works. Usually it's John. It's John unless I have to use Hashcat, then it's Hashcat. And let's rename the shadow file just shadow. It's the password file first, and then the shadow file, and redirect it to unshadow.hash. John. Was it the opposite? Was it the opposite way around? What's in the background? Do I have a playlist? Dex2x2. This is the FTL soundtrack. Just search FTL original soundtrack, and you're gonna find all that music. It's good stuff. So is it unshadow, shadow, and then password, or password and then shadow? Okay, so let me look this up real fast. Hashcat unshadow. Cracking complex Linux passwords, shadow file. Harrison OG says you can just copy after the colon in the shadow file as the hash and then use crypt in John. Crypt in John. Crypt. After the colon. So where's the colon? This is the colon. Echo this out to and then we do crypt. John, shadow, Linux, crypt. Cracking a shadow file using John the Ripper. Okay, let's take a look at this. Format equals crypt. Format equals crypt. Let me take a look at the article here. Password.txt, unshadow.txt. Okay. That's what I did. That's the order. John wordlist unshadow.txt. Okay. John unshadow dot hash. This looks like exactly what I did. Password, shadow, unshadow. You also try format crypt. Format crypt. Okay, let's do format crypt on the back of this. Okay, now it's running. Now it's running. Unfortunately, it's kitty cat. Oh, okay, okay. I'll take my win. I'll take my win now. Thank you very much. Kitty cat. Who am I? Roots. Root. We can go into the root directory. We can take a look at the stuff in root. We are root. Thank you. All right. Yeah, okay. All right, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much to everybody who provided help in the chat. It's been a fun stream.
What are you?
I'm System Root.
And you're System Root. Awesome. Yeah, so let's I'm really glad that we were able to finish this stream out on a win. And let's say thank you very much to all the chatters who assisted along the way. Thank you very much to Ayanashi and Dex2x2 and Harrison OG and who else? Ken BDX, Ayanashi, and Vladimir Volkov, and who else was doing a lot of talking? XJ3R, thank you very much. And thank you very much to Defus Modernus Leben and all the cool people on YouTube and all the cool people on Twitch. Let's see if we can find somebody awesome to raid on Twitch, where we are right now. Twitch.com, twitch.tv. Let's see. Oh, no. We need to take a look at the InfoSec streamers, because we always support InfoSec streamers. I'm the only person on the InfoSec streamers list right now. Thank you very much, Vladimir Volkov. Yeah. We'll be back on Friday. So today is Wednesday. Tomorrow's Thursday. We'll be back on Friday with more hacking goodness. Looks like who else is on Twitch? Just a second. Let me take a quick look. It looks like the science stream is on. If anybody has a suggestion for anybody to raid on Twitch, I'm up for suggestions. But looks like, yeah, we'll raid into our usual science stream. Thank you very much, Brandon Ballard. Hey, that was fun. Yeah, nice to hear from you, Brandon Ballard, on YouTube. When you raid into the channel, if you could type this raid message, it's frog in colons, and then hip hop hack, and then :frog, just like this. I would really appreciate it. And let's create the raid message, the raid right now for Science Streams. Is that the name of the channel? Science_streams. Okay. And before we go, one last hack the planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Shut up and get in the...
All right, everybody. We'll see you on Friday.
Welcome the heck on in, Raiders!
Science stream, but we ain't.
How was the hip hop hippity hack? And how are the frogs? And new frogs, Shy Hat. You throw me off guard with those new frogs. Guys, do go check out the Shy Hat, who does ethically sourced hacking. We're all doing more Windows today, Shy Hat. Perhaps, possibly, maybe, potentially. Tell me the details of Shy Hat. For the Raiders coming in with the Shy Hat, my name is Valent. 1/3 of Science streams. The other 2/3 are my wife Lita and our daughter baby Alona, aka the Munchkin. Lita and I are research scientists with our PhDs in molecular biology, and we do live science content here on Twitch every heckin' day of the week with microscopy, art, sci-fi science news of the week, deep dives into scientific topics, games, 3D printing, IRL streams, model building, and more. Raiders, welcome. Calling in. All ethically sourced, all free range. Exactly. Never would be the Pentagon.